All right. Thank you for coming. Good morning and welcome to the November 14th, 2024 meeting of the Code Enforcement Board. Meeting will now come to order. May we have a roll call, Madam Secretary?
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Gonzalez,
Present.
Mr. Mahegan,
Here.
Ms. Marsh,
Here.
Mrs. Roby,
Here.
Mr. Harrington,
Here.
Mrs. Himes,
Here.
and Mrs. Kindig.
Here. Okay. Has everybody had a chance to read the minutes?
They were exciting.
Any additions or corrections? The only thing that I would say, it says approval of October 10 minutes on the agenda. We didn't have a meeting October 10th.
I'll fix it.
Okay. And I think it's on the, I don't know whether it's on, it's not on the minutes, so I don't know whether, you know.
It's a typo.
Yeah,
Error.
just a typo down there. All right.
Approval of the minutes of September 12th.
All right, Mr. Harrington made a motion to approve. Mr. Gonzalez a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Like sign opposed, motion carries. Does anyone want to disclose any ex parte communication? Okay. Do we have announcements, Madam Secretary?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, go ahead.
Page 2. Lien review number 1. CEB 0922-205 Lots LLC. 590 Shade Place will be on Zoom. Same page. Yes, sir, number 1. The continued cases, case number 1, CEB 052471, 520 Ponton Road will also be via Zoom.
That's an extra one, case number 1? Yeah. That's not on,
That's it.
look,
Continued case.
yeah, I know. All I'm asking is that an extra one, because I have a list of the Zoom calls here, and it starts with
Yes, he
case
called
4,
yesterday.
so it's an extra one.
Yeah, he added it.
So everybody's doing Zoom, how lovely, okay. That's case number 1, CEB, at the bottom of page 2, CEB 052471. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, page 4. The entire page, page 4.
Wait a minute. Now, I have case 4 on here. Do you have that on Zoom?
Why don't you
She was
let her
gonna-
read them?
Because I was given this list.
Just forget the list, let her read them.
Go ahead.
Page 4. All the cases on them all, they're all going to be Zoom.
What? Every one of them is
Okay.
Zoom?
Case number 6, CEB 0924-150. Case number 7, CEB 0924-160 is also Zoom. Case number 8, CEB 0924-159 is also Zoom. And case number 9, CEB 0924-141 is also Zoom.
Page number 9, give me that number, case number.
Case
What else do we have?
Number 9, what did you say?
CEB 0924-141.
Case number 6, 7, 8, 9.
You
Okay.
said page 9.
No, we're not.
That's the next after
All right.
page 4.
That's it. Please continue.
Page 5, case number 10, CEB 0124-19 is also via Zoom. Page 5, same page. Case number 13, CEB 0724-97, also via Zoom. Page 8, Case number 22, CEB 07-24-124, 575 Live Oak Avenue is in compliance as of November 13th, 2024. And those are my announcements.
What was the date of that compliance, please?
November 13th,
That last
2024.
compliance,
No, no.
All right, now, are there any questions?
I didn't get anything.
All right, on page 9, what is your question?
Madam Chair, I think the confusion is that she said case 9, not page 9.
No.
Case
No.
9.
Is there anything on page 9 we need to know about, Madam Secretary?
No.
Okay.
Case number 9.
We should hear the people that are here before we hear the Zoom. Madam Chairman,
Yes.
can we hear the cases of the people that actually are here before we hit the Zoom?
No, I don't want to do that. I'm going to go in order as they're listed on the agenda because it goes more smoothly and faster
Okay.
than everybody flipping through like we just did. Everybody flipping through everything and where are we, no. So
Okay.
that's the way we're doing it today. All right, now I'd like to welcome Mr. Riggio. He is going to be our new board attorney. Thank you very much for doing this, and I'd like to thank Mr. Sino if he's watching. I thought you might be here today. I had heard that, but if you're not, we wish you a lot of good luck and thank you for your service. So,
Good morning. It's my pleasure to be here.
good, thank you. Right. So, would the code officers please stand up and be sworn in?
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to provide is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
God, being a troublemaker.
Thank you. All right, everyone, here's our procedure. We will be calling cases by number and for the most part in order as they are listed on the agenda. If there are attorneys present that must be in court, we will hear those cases first. If there are police officers that are going to testify and need to get back to assignment, we will also move those cases up. When your case is called, please come forward and be sworn in. State your name and address for the record. If you are not the owner of the property, please state your relationship to the owner of the property and whether or not you have permission to speak for them. Our proceedings are recorded, so please speak right into the mic. The board hears from code officers first with the old cases and new cases. The lien reviews we hear from the person that's requesting it. And then you will be given an opportunity to respond. Please direct all your responses to the board. If we go past 11 o'clock, we will take a little break. I'm hoping that we can just move forward with this, and maybe we'll be done close to then, so. All right. Let's see. We're going to start with our lien review. Lien review 1 is CEB 09-22-205 L Watts LLC at 590 Shady Place. That is a Zoom call. Good morning.
Hello, good morning.
Okay. Please state your name and address for the record and be sworn in.
Jacob Stoll, 590 Shady Place.
Kelly Stoll, the address of record 590 Shady Place. It's not my residence, but do you want our residence?
Yes, please.
Okay, I am in Loris, South Carolina.
And your first name again, ma'am?
Kelly, Kellie.
And I guess my residence is 2921 South Cimarron Boulevard, Orlando.
Okay,
Will you both raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to provide is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes?
Yes.
Thank you.
okay. What would you like to tell us? Why are you asking for this lien review?
I'll rewatch it.
Goes first, right?
Correct.
I have a question.
They're the petitioner.
Madam Chair, I have a question.
Go ahead,
So the owner is Mr. Stutter, is it?
Mr.
Stone.
Stoll, yes.
And who is she?
The property is owned by Lots LLC, or was owned, which is a family LLC. So I'm, Jacob and I are
We're both
Um,
both owners.
both owners.
Right, okay. Go ahead, please. Tell us why you're asking for this lien review.
Do we go first, or does
Yeah,
the
you
code
go
officer?
first.
Yeah.
Okay. So primarily just asking for the lien review because we have, I don't know if the board has received the timeline of everything
We did.
wrote out. Okay, perfect. So there was a lot of challenges with this property. I went through multiple contractors to do the renovations, make this home habitable. It was vacant for about 3 or 4 years. There were squatters, a lot of crime and vandalism going on. When we acquired the property, there was police reports filed. Police had to come out and remove people from the home in order to, begin the remodel. And
When you
there
bought the
again, there was,
property, you weren't aware of that?
not to the capacity that it took.
You did
to,
see the house before you bought it? Okay,
yeah, correct.
okay.
Can I ask a question of when did they buy it?
It was
February,
February of
February
2022.
22. Yeah, excuse me.
go ahead, continue.
So yeah, I mean the timeline pretty much lays everything out. We started with a contractor. We got the work pretty much primarily done by middle of June. So 4 months in, and on June 9th is when we received, June 9th, 2022 is when we received the first initial code violation notification. There was, the unpermitted work, a lot of violations. There's 7 or 8 of them, and come to find out, the original contractor did not pull any permits. Upon requesting him for, to do the things properly, he did not respond. And
Okay, I don't know that we need to go through everything on the timeline. It was a pretty complete timeline.
Sure.
And I don't need to know about every single contractor. I'm wondering how you found these contractors. Were they just local people?
Local people I've worked with before, and I will not be working with again. It's just, yeah. So I mean, all in all, in short, to sum it up,
Yeah, that's what I want you to do.
yeah, it was just, we're requesting the lien review because we worked diligently as best as possible to, come in compliance with the city. And
Yeah, I think we want to, just state that we were making our best efforts. Jacob was staying in very regular contact with, I think, Sarah, Kirk, and several other, members from the city as we struggled through. I think if you look at the timeline, up to 4 different contractors who kept, sort of going dark on us, but we were making diligent efforts to get the work done in an unfortunate situation. And really, at the end of the day, we bettered the property, and hope you would take that into consideration that, there's a family that has a home now as a result of what eventually did get
We
completed.
appreciate that you have fixed it up. That is the object of code, is to get things into compliance so that it can be a usable building again. So we appreciate that. Go ahead. Yeah, we will, when they're finished testifying. Go ahead.
Okay. Good morning, Sarah Kirk, inspector with the city. My credentials are on file. This, as you can see from I did a timeline on the pictures showing before, that was original when I first got the case, all the way up till this morning. So you can see the driveway, beautiful driveway put in. They actually had to redo the driveway because it was unpermitted, and then they had to go back in. So there was a major transformation of the property, which added to the neighborhood. The owner did maintain contact with me throughout the 2-year process of coming into compliance. A lot of necessary permits were obtained. So staff is recommending to lower the lien to $5,000.
Okay. Appreciate the fact that it looks so much better than it did before. Does anyone,
Yeah, I make a motion that we accept Ms. Kirk's recommendation of 5,000.
all right, a motion on the floor from Ms. Himes to lower the amount of the lien to $5,000, subject to be paid within 30 days, or it reverts to the original amount. Is there a second to
I
that?
said second.
Second to Mr. Gonzalez. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Like sign opposed. Motion carries. So we have lowered the fine to $5,000,
And it's payable within 30 days.
payable within 30 days.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, lien review number 2, CEB 0624-90, Twin Homes LLC. Is the respondent present? Okay. Good morning, Mr. Butler.
Good morning.
Well, since we don't have anybody representing themselves, Twin Homes LLC, not sure what we do with that. I guess that's their choice.
It's really up to the city at this point. if they want.
Okay. It's up to the city.
The
What would you,
inspector.
what would you like to do?
Present it? Okay. We can go ahead and present it.
Okay. So we're moving forward.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that's fine with me. Go ahead.
Good morning, Inspector Butler. Credentials on file with the City of Daytona Beach. As it pertains to 1401 3rd Street, on June 11, 2024, I conducted an inspection with Co-Compliance Manager Denzel Sykes and Melissa Cox. At that time, we inspected the entire property. During the inspection, there were several violations observed. Both myself and Manager Sykes educated Mrs. Cox on what needed to be done in order to gain compliance. Number one, a violation in particular was to obtain a permit for unpermitted work. Mrs. Cox didn't agree with the permit that they were necessary for the work that was completed. On July 1st, 2024, I conducted an inspection with Supervisor Mark Jones and the Deputy Building Official Mark Boyce, along with owner Melissa Cox and her attorney. During the inspection, Building Official Boyce and Supervisor Jones both explained to Mrs. Cox that she needed a permit for the unpermitted work that was observed by both. At that time, the owner would not permit us to reinspect the entire property. On September the 5th, 2024, Mrs. Cox finally allowed myself and Supervisor Jones access to inspect the entire property. The result of my inspection revealed the unpermitted work had been removed and all other violations were in compliance. Staff requests no lien reduction to the property owner for being non-cooperative.
Okay, I noticed that the fine was $200 per day. Normally, we don't levy that kind of fine unless the property is in really bad condition. So, I mean, that, it was a serious case.
This is where we are. As I stated, when we went in to do the inspection, this was a citizen complaint. What she had done was petition the inside of the home. This is a single-family home. It's not zoned for commercial. It's residential. She sectioned off, as you can see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, you can imagine what was happening during that process.
All right.
So once you educate a person of the rules and regulations and the ordinance of the city, and they still continue to do what they want to do, so therefore, the $200, I feel as though it's justifiable.
Right.
So they're still in
And so did
violation.
we.
Okay.
So they're still in violation.
No.
No, at this
No,
point of
no, you
September the
can't
5th.
have a lien review unless you are in compliance. So they are in compliance now. But the city is recommending that we deny a reduction in a lien
Well, for the reasons that he gave.
for
which
just the
they
reasons
sound
that
to
he
me-
gave, and the person
Right.
didn't even show up today, so.
Right.
Madam Chair, I motion that we accept the city's proposal. Second.
Okay, we have a motion to deny the reduction of the lien, and that was, Ms. Turner, and who did,
Ms. Moore.
second, Ms. Marsh? And we have a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Like sign opposed. Motion carries. Thank you. Now we'll move on to our continued cases. The first one is by Zoom. Correct? Good morning. This is case number 1, CEB 05-24-71, Gary George and Heidi Robinson.
Will you state your name, sir?
Can you hear us?
You don't have it.
It would appear as if he's joining from 2 devices, of which the Gary case number 1 is muted. And the one that you can see,
Who's talking?
IT in the back.
We need to, we're either going to, I see that he's here. Where's the Zoom call from, do we know? We can't hear you, sir. Well, good, so I screamed that. We can't hear you, sir.
So the one that you can see, it says Gary Robinson is connecting to audio. The other instance, Gary case number 1, which appears to be a secondary device, is muted.
Oh.
It would be at this time, I need him to consolidate said devices so we don't have feedback.
Do you get to talk to him? I mean, do you have a phone for him? We can't hear this case.
I'll point to your ears. Maybe he can't hear you.
So what's
He said, "What
I mean,
happened?"
if we can't hear the case, we can't hear the case. I mean,
Mr. Robinson, okay, so now I'm talking to him. I have my microphone.
Okay.
I'm going to him. Hey, Mr. Robinson, you have 2 devices.
One person
It
speaking
would be
today.
great if you pick one and mute it and unmute it, whichever one you want to use.
You get it.
Unmuted.
The one that's using the camera, you can hit the microphone icon and unmute yourself so we can proceed with the case.
well, as far as I'm concerned, we can't hear this case. We're going to move on.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Go.
There you go. There
Can
you
you
go.
hear
I
me
don't
now?
know.
Yes, sir.
Can you hear me now?
No.
Yes, sir.
No, he deserves. Well, are you on now,
It
sir?
is.
My microphone shows I'm broadcasting.
Okay, now
Can you hear me?
Yes, now we can hear you. Please state your name and address for the record and be sworn in.
I'm Gary George Robinson. My property is 520 Poinsettia Drive, Daytona Beach, Florida.
Will you raise your right hand, sir? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to provide is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank
I
you.
think it's Poinsettia Road. Where are you from, sir?
Cincinnati, Ohio.
Uh-huh. Okay.
But I'm actually working down in, by Lake Okeechobee and, southern Florida.
Okay. That's where you're calling from, huh? All right, let's hear from Mr. Wiggins. Good morning.
Good morning.
Then we'll let you speak.
Inspector Curtis Wiggins, Code Compliance, credentials on file. Respondent was first notified of violation December the 5th, 2023. Since the August hearing, an inspection was done November the 1st, 2024. Some work was done outside of the scope of the permit, and a revised permit application has been applied for. I've had contact with the owner. The last inspection was November the 1st, 2024. The result of the inspection was non-compliance, but the staff recommend that we amend to the January cutoff.
What would you like to tell us, sir? And we did, you're the one that received the pictures for this case?
No, that's not.
Oh, that's not him? Okay.
Yes, I'm continuing to do I had removed the drywall, which was what started the original violation.
Uh-huh.
And I had done it without realizing that there was a requirement for a permit. I did get a permit. I'm just continuing to do the work that I uncovered as we removed the drywall. There was a lot of damage, insect damage that we had to replace, like studs and stuff because of. There was also, the plumbing was in bad shape and the electrical was in bad shape, so I'm redoing those items as well. So I'm still working through that, and
Okay. Well, the city wants to give you until the January cutoff. You think you'll be far enough along by then?
I'm hoping to be, yes, ma'am. but-
Okay, good. All right. So, the chair will entertain a motion to amend the previous order of noncompliance and allow respondent until 1/2/2025 to come into compliance and be returned to a subsequent meeting for consideration of a fine of up to $1,000 a day. Is there such a motion?
So moved. Second.
So
Before
moved.
we vote, I have a
that-
question.
Oh, are there questions? Go ahead.
Mr. Wiggins?
Yes.
How did this complaint generate?
Well, he was, like he said before, he already started taking the drywall off.
But did he if he had no permit, how did you,
If he had no permit, how did I? Well, what I did, I seen the workers actually taking the drywall off and throwing it in the dumpster.
okay, from outside?
Yes,
Because you had no authority to go?
correct.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. All right. Any other questions? We have a motion and, was it a motion,
Yeah,
Ms. Marsh? and
I guess I have a question. Well, the $1,000 a day, I mean, that's crazy. That's a lot of money.
Well, let me say this to you. The motion is up to $1,000 a day. So it depends on a lot of factors how we determine what a daily fine is if something isn't back in compliance. If you're making a sincere effort to do things that you're being asked to do, we take that into consideration. But this allows us to, if somebody came and it was a horrible situation and they weren't making any effort and they were kind of thumbing their nose at everything, then we have the discretion to fine someone up to $1,000 per day. Okay?
Okay.
All right, thank
Yeah, I
you.
just-
Mr. Gonzalez?
That's a crazy amount of money. Especially as much, I mean, I never anticipated
Well,
having to go
that's okay.
this
This does not.
far in depth on this house anyway.
I get that, but those are what the city rules are. They're
All right.
actually probably state rules.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, okay, I'm good. I'm
Are
good.
you good?
Yeah.
All right. Who made the motion? Ms. Marsh, second?
Ms. Himes, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Like sign opposed. Motion carries. All right, sir, you've got till January, and come back in January, and we'll see where we are then, okay?
All right, thank you.
All right, case number 2, CEB 08-24-133. HomeAway Investments and Services, 1808 Halifax.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning.
State your name and address for the record.
Raphael, address is 1808 North Halifax Avenue.
Okay.
Can you repeat your name, please, sir?
Raphael
Oh, Raphael. Last name?
Gonzalez.
We're not related, by the way.
You sure?
Yeah.
I thought I seen you at my family dinner the other time.
Raise your right hand, sir. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to provide is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
If we can find out
Okay.
a relationship, Madam Chair.
Oh, yes. How are you,
Part owner.
part owner?
Correct, yeah.
Okay. And you're allowed to speak for the other owners?
Correct, yes.
Good. And you live there, right?
No.
No, you don't live
No, I
there.
don't live there.
Okay. Does anyone live there?
Nobody lives there.
Okay. All right. Go ahead, Mr.
Madam Chair, those aren't
Jones.
the correct photos for this property.
Oh, yeah, that's not the property.
Okay. We're waiting to get the correct photos up?
I will look for them.
Okay, thank you.
We visited with you before, and you've had this is 2 months since then.
hmm
Are you pretty near?
So, yeah, architect finished his plans. GC told me he's going to start pulling permits by this weekend. Hopefully he does. I know things have been backed up for him because of the hurricanes and all that good stuff, so I've been blowing him up as much as I can, trying to get him to move everything, and that way we can get a permit, going, and we can start progress and get inspections, so that way we can, be compliant to everything.
All right, Mr. Jones, can we move along without pictures, I guess, and just tell us where we are with this?
Yes, the respondent was first Mark Jones, Field Supervisor, City of
Morning.
Daytona Beach. The respondent was first notified back in June 4th, 2024, when a stop work order was posted on the door by the building department. Since the last hearing on September 13th, 2024, I've had no contact from the property owner. No permit application has been submitted, and the staff is recommending a fine of $100 a day with a cap of $15,000.
Have you found the pictures?
No, ma'am, the same pictures were in the folder last month that are in there this month, which are these pictures right here. It's marked 724, 122, 627 Clark, so this is all I have.
Okay.
That is the next case, Joe. We're on CEB 0824133.
Okay, that's my mistake then.
All right, I'd like to see these pictures. I think that'll be important in this case. Mr. Jones, so it was a complete, total renovation without permit?
Correct. They've got the correct photos up. You can see what was done
Right.
without a permit. This is when the building department placed the stop work order. And you can see it was a fairly extensive remodel without permits. And that's a current picture there, what it looks like. Unfortunately, we've been getting complaints from the neighbors because we have a trailer with flat tires with quite a bit of junk on top, and also outside storage on the opposite side.
What do you have to say?
If you give me till January, I'll make sure I'm in compliant and do my best. Like I said, I'm pushing the GC as much as I can. It took a while because the architect needed to get plans because there was things moved, walls moved, so, we,
Have you submitted any permits yet?
We have not submitted, because we can't submit without architect plans, correct?
Yeah, that's what we went through last time. That's exactly what we went.
Well, last time I had a death in the family and I wasn't here, for a while, so.
Well, the last time that you were here, we went through that. as I-
Correct, yeah.
What's the city's recommendation?
A fine of $100 a day with a cap of 15,000.
So moved, Madam Chair.
Any questions, other questions?
Did he comply with the stop work order, or did he continue?
Yes, he did comply with the stop work order. Unfortunately, by doing that, any of the trash, rubbish, outside storage was just left on the property, which I've had numerous complaints on because of the condition of the property and what it looks like on North Halifax.
If you do have a picture before when he did the stop work order, I believe we cleaned up a lot of that property.
Well,
These pictures are from November 8th.
I made a motion.
yes, so there is a motion on the floor. Is there a second? Well, here's the motion on the floor. Chair will entertain, the motion is to impose a fine of $100 per day against the respondent effective today, November 14th, and continue until compliance is achieved or reaches a maximum of 15,000. Is there a second to that?
I'm torn.
I'll second it.
All right, Mr. Gonzalez seconded it. All right, now, are there questions and comments?
I just don't understand how come you haven't tried to get the plans done faster. I know the hurricane came and
Yeah, I mean,
everything, but-
I don't know. The architect is on his schedule, and so as
But
much
did
as I
you have a
respect-
GC on June when Mr. Jones?
We did not have a GC, and we got a GC too.
Okay, but you all started demoing it yourself?
Correct, yeah.
Okay.
You understand that you're going to wind up with the full fine. If we fine you today, there's no way you're going to come into compliance. And
I see that, yeah, because how can I get work
so
finished?
you understand you have the opportunity for a lien review.
I really hope I can, have that opportunity to do that.
Well, that's not part of my consideration.
Well, it's
today.
part of
I
my
mean, okay.
consideration.
All right, we have, true. We have a motion and a second on the floor. Are we ready to vote?
Yes.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Like sign opposed. Motion carries. So you've been fined $100 a day.
So regardless, I'm going to get charged $15,000. Is that what you're saying?
I'm not saying anything. You've been fined $100 a day until
But I
it
cannot be,
reaches 15.
but I can't be in compliant. I mean, a permit's going to be.
We understand that. We
a
think
permit's
it's
gonna take-
serious enough that you need to get into compliance, and Mr. Harrington is absolutely correct. You come in, and if you come into compliance, you can come ask after, if we put a lien on it, you can come ask for a lien review.
So being in compliant is getting a permit.
Well, it's not just getting a permit.
That's finishing job as
Getting
well,
all
correct?
the, it's getting into compliance.
There's no way that would, there's no way.
You're correct, there's no way.
There's no way, yeah, because just alone getting a permit's going to take 3 to 4 weeks. By the time I get to work and do everything, you're talking 2 months, 3 months. That's a, yeah.
Ma'am?
But we're also
Ma'am?
talking that
I-
it's just had 2
Wait a
or
minute.
3 months before, and nothing was done.
Trust me, if I had the plans to get going, we would get going. I wouldn't have my GC wait or. So it's based on the architect that we're waiting for.
All right,
Yeah,
Mr. Mahegan?
I would be more, I would have been more considerate had they at least cleaned it up. Not fair to the rest of the neighbors, especially with holidays coming. That's terrible.
We did clean it up, so
According to the
if you're able to drive by there, you're able to see that we did clean it up.
Well, we've made a ruling, so
Yes, we have made a rule.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep.
All right, case number 3, E CEB 07-24-122. Rachel Valerius at 627 Clark Street. Respondent present? All right,
Mark Jones, I'm sitting in for Mariah Quinn,
okay.
the inspector who is out today. The respondent was first notified on April 9th, 2024. She has been in contact with the property owner. They do have a fence permit approved. Staff is recommending that we amend to the January cutoff.
So there has been contact.
Yes, there's been contact. They have got the permit has been approved. It's waiting on the fees. We've told the
Okay.
property owner if he even just removes the fence while he waits to get the payment, that would put the property into compliance.
Okay. And your recommendation is till January?
To the January cutoff, yes.
Okay.
we're going to give him till
2 months.
January because he didn't get a permit and was notified in April.
Yes, sir.
And the logic to that as opposed to previous,
Well, the logic is he did finally go ahead and apply for the permit. Inspector Quinn felt that at least efforts are being made to come into compliance, and we'd like to give him to the January cutoff to come into compliance.
I don't understand why it needs 2 months to pay the fees and get the permit.
The permit was approved on November, I believe it was November 4th, but I don't have that date in front of me.
So the fence is up.
The fence has been up. As you can see, it's not a new fence.
well, what are the fees he has to pay?
The fees are about I think I saw it was a little over $100, $184, I believe. And I have no,
For what?
Fine.
for the permit, because it's an,
Thought we've waived all these permits.
not after the fact permits.
Oh, okay.
Only us, if someone comes in for a new permit.
So, I mean, we have a choice. We don't have to wait till the 1st of January.
I think we should give them the 30 day,
Yeah.
December cutoff.
Okay.
So.
Go ahead.
Madam Chair, Anthony Jackson, attorney for the city, and that's all I was going to remind the board as well as,
Right.
I know that you'll recall, but just wanted to remind you that these are just recommendations from the staff based on the staff's impression of the case, but it's and all your questions for reasonable and appropriate questions. I'm just saying it's really based on ultimately your decisions on what y'all want to occur.
Okay, thank you.
So was that a motion?
Yeah,
All right, Chair will entertain a motion to amend the previous order of noncompliance and allow respondent, I think this is what I'm hearing, until 12/4/2024, to come into compliance and return to a subsequent meeting for consideration or fine of up to $1,000 per day until compliance is achieved.
Madam Chair?
Madam Chair, I don't believe
Whoa. Yes.
I don't believe we're not meeting in December, just a reminder to the board.
Then, fine.
So January was the next cutoff.
Okay. So January is the next cutoff. Right. I'll make the motion then to give them till the cutoff.
I got a question about that.
Go ahead.
So is everything stopping until January? Your department, is it closing down till January or?
I won't be here.
No, I know we won't.
No, the department's there. It's just we don't have a meeting.
If I could speak to that, we just don't have a meeting.
Right.
We're not waiving anyone's requirements. If y'all require someone to comply by December, then that's when the requirement would be, but we're not having a meeting to address that issue. So it's not a waiver of time, and it's just still your time considerations, but we won't be back for a meeting until the January meeting date.
We can, at the end of the meeting, ask why we're not having a meeting?
Okay, well, we
Or
return,
have, what, how
Right, it
do
wouldn't
we
be a
make that
decision.
decision?
certainly, it's a staff decision, but we have routinely not have had the meeting in
December
December.
meetings,
Yeah,
we
that's-
sometimes
That's
don't.
been pretty much long.
Yeah, okay, we sometimes don't, okay. All right, so,
I'd like to amend my motion.
all right. Go ahead.
Um,
The next cutoff date evidently is,
I withdraw my second.
and you're withdrawing your second. Now, all right, so let me ask you a question. I still have a question before we make this motion, so I'm clear. Can we require something to be done by December? Is that what you're saying?
You
By the
can't.
December cutoff?
Yeah,
Okay.
city's perspective, staff's perspective is yes.
But we won't be here.
Right. We won't be here, but the work doesn't stop for everybody. It keeps going.
You can
Then we
set
could
any
hit it in
date
January.
for compliance.
Okay.
The staff will still be working, anyone notifying them that they're in compliance, they'll be following up in their normal capacity.
Because this is just a matter of payment at this
I
point,
believe.
in this case?
and a final, I guess.
Yes, I don't know what the scope of the permit is from the building department.
Okay.
Um,
But, I mean, you know, it's not, we're not gonna hear it until January anyway, it's like, okay.
I think we're spending too much time on a
That's right.
fence. Let's just make a motion and get it
All
over.
right, we've had motions withdrawn and second withdrawn. Would you like to make a new motion, Ms. Roby?
Yeah, I'd make a motion that we take the city's recommendation of the cutoff date of 1/2/25 for
Second.
case 0724122.
Okay, Ms. Roby made a motion.
Second.
Ms. Marsh made a second to continue this till, well, to amend the previous order of noncompliance and allow respondent until 1/2/25 to come into compliance, or be returned to a subsequent meeting for consideration or fine of up to $1,000 a day. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Like sign opposed.
Oppose.
Motion carries 5-1. Wait a minute, 6-1?
6.
6-1. Okay, all right.
Jesus.
Next case, number 4, CB 09-24-151, John Alexander Joe. At 628 South Seagrave.
Good morning.
State your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Geneva Joe, Joe.
What is your relation to the owner?
I'm
What?
the owner.
Oh, you are the owner. Oh, okay.
Can I get you to raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to provide is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to hear from staff. Mr. Jones, what can you tell us?
Respondent was first notified on December 14th, 2023. Since last hearing, the inspector has had no contact from the owner. The property has been condemned and roofing permit was denied. Staff recommends a fine of $50 a day to a cap of $10,000.
And what are you saying? For that to come in compliance, she needs a demo permit?
In reality, the challenge for the property owner is it's about 3 foot lower than what the is going to be required to get permits. You had a survey done, an elevation survey, and per FEMA, the floor elevation would have to be raised about 3 feet.
And I found that information out 6 months later.
Yeah.
They just told me this last month.
So let's make this clear.
Yeah.
You want to save the property by doing that, or you're going to demo it?
We're in the process of deciding what we're going to do. But I didn't find out about this,
Well, I understand.
you know, elevation. Yeah.
I'm just trying to make what we're supposed to do.
Yeah, like, go ahead.
But she says they haven't decided what they're gonna do.
Well,
I
So
know,
I
but-
think that's the key
we,
part of it.
we have to make a decision,
Right.
give them a timeline.
Well, and I think we need to look and also take into consideration that they were notified a year ago. So,
Yeah, I mean, what is it we're telling them they have to do?
right, what, can you answer that, Mr. Jones?
Well, they have to come in compliance with all the violations that were listed. And because they cannot get a permit to do that work, in reality, either the options are raising the floor elevation or demolishing the building. I mean, we had no communication since the last hearing, but we would not be objectionable to amend it to the January hearing till they can make a decision on what they're going to be doing. We just ask that the property continue to be maintained, which it has been. The yards have been maintained, and that they make sure it's secure.
So when they come back, they must make a decision.
Yeah.
Yeah, hopefully, they will have made that decision and be moving forward with an application for either raising the floor or demolishing the building.
Miss Jones, so what he's saying, you understand that when you come back, you have to make the decision either.
Right.
But my question to you, Mr. Jones, is FEMA saying that they have to raise their floor 3 feet in the house?
Yes, that is the FEMA regulation that the building department has to go by. And if you're doing more than 50% of the cost or the appraised value of the building, it must meet these new guidelines. I believe you had, the roofing permit application was for about $12,000?
Yes.
And unfortunately, the appraised value on the house is $8,000. So she would have to spend the money to raise it, to get any permits, to make the corrections to the building, or the building would have to be demolished.
When you say appraised, you mean assessed value?
Assessed value, excuse me, yes.
yeah.
Thank you.
So,
Thank you.
Mr. Gonzalez.
so I'm hearing some of my fellow board members say she has to come back with a decision. So are we talking about a decision, yes, I'm gonna do this, or no, I'm not, I can't do it? Or is it, yes, here's the permit for me to do in other words, she's taking an action besides just making a decision.
I see what you're saying.
Yes, and that's what staff would recommend. We'd like to know that she's either applied for a permit to raise the building as required, or that she's applied for a permit to have the building demoed.
So does that mean, we're saying then that we're asking her to come back with a permit?
Right.
Correct, one way,
Application.
application for a permit.
Application for a permit. We don't,
Or
go ahead.
demolition, is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
You want
Yeah,
her to come
demolition
back with the decision either to have the app or.
But
Right, to have the
apply for it.
application in for the demolition into the building department, or have an application to the building department to raise the building height.
But I just received a letter last month about getting the building raised. We
Right.
got an engineer to come out and look at it.
Okay, that's fine.
So, you know,
All right, so,
Do you have that letter with you?
that you all sent?
No, yeah, about having.
no,
Oh, I thought you
Yeah.
said. it was
no, the
from
FEMA letter.
engineer.
You're talking about the FEMA letter?
Yeah, well, I got another engineer to, to come
All right,
out.
so right now, we can amend the previous order of noncompliance. I mean, it's pretty straightforward. We don't have to, unless you want to add in something else.
We're asking she comes back with either a permit to raise or a permit to demo.
Okay. All right, Chair will entertain a motion to
Madam
amend.
Chair, I'm sorry, Matt.
Go ahead.
Before we move forward, I just wanted to get one thing clarified. I'm sorry, I probably need to be closer to this mic. I want to get one thing clarified as to her ownership or right to speak based on how we've cited the case. We had indicated only Mr. Joe, and so I just wanted to make sure she had the authority to speak on his behalf, or if she is indeed owner. I've been informed by.
She's the owner.
I know she did, and the board secretary just provided me with a Florida quitclaim deed that she had presented to the staff. It appears to be September 12th, last month.
Yeah,
Last month?
last hearing that we had.
That's when it got
Yeah.
recorded, probably, right?
Yeah, because it was before the last meeting.
Okay. So,
So what are you saying, that's her husband name, or who name, what are you saying?
Who is John Alexander Joe?
what I'd like to do is just add her to the case.
That's my husband.
Just
Okay,
wanted to
so
confirm
you just
that.
want to be added, we'll just add, okay,
As an
add
owner.
Yes.
case.
You want to be on it?
Was that a motion that you were
Yeah,
making
that's.
earlier?
That was a motion.
Yeah.
Restate your motion, please.
Okay, and then if it's not formulated correctly, we'll change it.
Okay.
That she come back at the January cutoff with either an application or permit to demo or to raise the property. One permit, or that the application be completed for one or the other.
Second.
The motion should also include that the case be amended to include Ms. Joe as a respondent.
Okay, I will include Ms. Joe as the secondary respondent, or first respondent, whatever,
Additional.
Yeah,
additional.
Okay.
Second.
So we have a motion from Mr. Harrington and a second from Ms. Himes. I have a question. We generally don't know whether we get so specific on what needs to happen. What's going to happen, and without stating it, what's going to happen if these conditions aren't met? If one or the other isn't met?
Then we can, they can deal with it when we have the meeting.
You can impose a fine.
Which,
I don't want her to come back and say we haven't decided again.
Right.
well, we could impose a fine at that point too.
Yeah,
Right.
but.
So I don't know whether,
At least we're telling her what we want her
well,
to do.
yeah, we're telling her, but I don't know whether we need to complicate the motion with it. That's
I
what
don't
I'm
think so.
asking.
I think we can do.
We can
that.
do the fine later, at the next meeting. We can do
Yeah,
it.
what?
We could do it.
We can do the fine, then if she doesn't comply, then we can do a fine then.
Right. But I don't, do we need to, I mean,
No, you're giving her an extra couple months.
right.
She's out of.
Exactly what we did.
Come into
This
compliance.
is exactly to the word that we did last time. The entire conversation is exactly the same
As what?
as, I don't know whether we should do this, and we can always fine her. What is so terrible about having a specific and then you amend it when, if she doesn't comply?
Nothing's terrible about it.
I think it would be nice to make it to clarify what you want.
You can certainly do that if you wish, because the property is, from what I'm hearing right now, is in non-compliance.
Right.
Right.
And you are trying to provide her with some additional time to take a first step to begin the process of bringing the property into compliance.
Okay.
And if you want to be specific about that, I think that that was probably the better way to go.
Okay.
Because then she knows that she has to come in with either an engineer who is, or something to show that she can raise the property, or that she is determined that she's going to have to demolish the property.
Okay.
And that makes it real simple for you all.
Yeah, it does. Okay. All right. So we have a motion on the floor and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Like sign opposed. Motion carries. Okay. Case number 5, CEB 0924-157, Harold Wayne Benjamin. Good morning.
Good morning.
There was a daughter-in-law last time that showed? She had power of attorney, not here? Okay. Go ahead, please.
Inspector Itani, Code Compliance, credentials are filed. Respondent was first notified on May 31st, 2024. Since the September hearing, I have had contact with the owner and the daughter-in-law. The boards have been removed from the windows, the trash and debris have been removed, and the outside storage. The last inspection was November 13th, and the result was still non-compliance. Staff's recommending to amend to the January cutoff.
What was not in compliance?
So they still haven't fixed the wall and pressure washed the house.
So we still have dirt and grime, and we're giving them till January. Anybody have a problem with that?
No.
Chair will entertain a motion to amend the previous order of noncompliance and allow respondent until January 2nd, 2025 to come into compliance and be returned to a subsequent meeting for consideration of a fine of up to $1,000 per day. Such a motion? Motion, Ms. Himes, second?
Second.
Second, Mr. Gonzalez. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Like sign opposed, motion carries. Okay. Case number 6. CEB 09-24-150. This is a Zoom meeting? No.
No,
I'm here present.
Says Zoom. Walter and Heidi Patrick at Weaver Street, 344. Good morning.
Good morning to you.
State your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Walter Patrick. I live at 2969 Honeysuckle Circle, Antioch, California, 94503.
Okay.
Will you raise your right hand, sir? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to provide is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do, indeed.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Itani, what can you tell us?
So the respondent was first notified on June 17th, 2024. Since the September hearing, I have had contact with the owner. There have been new windows installed. The house has been pressure washed and is currently working on the fascia and the soffit. Since last inspection, which was November 13th, the result was non-compliant. Staff recommends we amend to the January cutoff.
Okay, so you've made some progress.
I have made tremendous progress.
Good, great. We appreciate that. Thank you. Okay, do you have anything else to add? That's
Well-
recommending till January.
Yeah, only have one more window to install before I complete the whole process. And that's it's a specialized window, so it's on back order.
Right.
And once it comes in, we will install the window, and I
Cool.
believe we'll be in
Thank
compliance.
you. Okay. Chair will entertain a motion to amend the previous order of noncompliance and allow respondent, is there discussion on the board? No. And allow respondent until January 2nd, 2025 to come into compliance and be returned to a subsequent meeting for a consideration of a fine of up to $1,000 per day. Such a motion?
So moved.
Motion, Mr. Gonzalez, second, Ms. Himes. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Like sign opposed. Motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. All right, now, let's see, we're doing CEB. This is case number 7, CEB 0924-160, Herman Robinson. Last time we had a Zoom from Tennessee.
Here.
Oh, but he's here today.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yes.
good morning.
Morning.
State your name and address for the record, sir.
Herman L. Robinson Jr., 352 Fulton Street, currently.
So you live there?
I just moved back there. I own the home, yes.
Okay. you
I just
own-
moved back
own the
there 3
home
days.
and you live there now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Go ahead and be sworn in.
Will you raise your right hand, sir? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to provide is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay. So, let's see, well, good morning, Mr. Garcia.
Good morning.
What can you tell us?
Inspector Garcia, credentials on file with City of Daytona. This respondent was first notified of all the violations on July 16, 2024. Since the last hearing, I have had contact with the owner. It is occupied, and there's no progress made. This is as of yesterday. There's 2 cars that have been removed. That's the only thing. But there's in the time from the last hearing to yesterday, there's been cars coming and going. So, with that said, staff's recommending a fine of $100 a day, capped at $10,000.
That was exactly what you said last time, too.
Correct.
What would you like to tell us, Mr. Robinson?
Like I said, good morning to the board. I just moved back here 3 days before the hurricane, and unfortunately, the hurricane stopped everything for us. The gray truck that's in there, that's my truck. I just moved that. That's mine. The blue Nissan's, that's running.
That's what?
That's that vehicle's is I can operate that vehicle.
Who does it belong to?
My daughter.
Okay, go ahead.
The red Jaguar does have a tag on it.
There's a picture should be there from yesterday. That did not. That one right there shows that it did not have a tag on it.
Yesterday, as of yesterday.
Oh, so you put it yesterday?
Yes.
Okay.
The old the Deuce and a Quarter, the older car, that's a sentimental value car. I am currently selling that car, and the person's supposed to come pick it up for doing the turkey rod coming from Delaware. But I don't want to sell my car. That car has been in my family for years, and one of my best friends, we both had the same car. He passed away, and that's a very sentimental car to me. I don't want to lose that car.
Okay.
I don't want to be fined for the car because I can't afford it. I just moved back here, and right now I'm going through the FEMA and everything with this flooding and everything. I had damage to my roof.
Did you flood?
Yes, ma'am. In the back, I had a tree laying on the back of my roof back there, and I removed it, and I just replaced the drywall and the ceiling in my home. In the back, in the kitchen area. I lost my furniture as well.
Now, before you moved down here, who lived in there?
I've always owned the home. The home was the home was my daughter. I didn't get these.
Lived in there.
My daughter was living there at the time when this citation was, but I never received the citation. My daughter never unfortunately, I never received the citation that was given to me on 7/16/2024.
I mean, because have any of the cars been moved since that
No.
time of the citation?
No, we even had a previous case.
The trailer has been moved. I'm looking on this citation saying there's a trailer. The trailer's not there.
There actually was a trailer where the black Nissan is.
Yes.
There was a trailer there moved. And then there was a U-Haul truck there at that
Which
same
is
spot.
when I was moving back in town.
Then that moved. But this one on the left, the antique vehicle there has always been there. It's never been moved.
Mm-hmm. He's true about that.
And the Jaguar also has been there.
Without a tag?
Correct. He says it just got a tag today. Yesterday it didn't have a tag.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the tag alone isn't going to fix the problem either.
No, it's still parked illegally.
Right.
Yeah, but I can easily move that to my property.
What can you do to come into compliance?
I can move the red car into my property. That's why I would like to know what can I do with the old school car. I do not have the money right now to fix the car. And the insurance will not cover it because it's not able to be moved. It's not operable. So therefore, they won't cover the vehicle. The insurance will not cover it, meaning they will not give me a tag for it until I can get it to running. I don't have anywhere to put this car, so I put it on for sale, but I don't want to sell my car. The person's supposed to come down and look for it and doing turkey rod, which is a couple of, I think about a week or 2 weeks from now. But I don't want to sell my car. It's very sentimental to me.
Discussion from the board?
I like to ask Mr. Garcia, so remedy do you have for him, or?
It just can't be parked where it is. I mean, it has to be in a garage. It could be some friend's house that has a garage. It could be in storage. I mean,
The friend that house that it was, he murdered his wife, so therefore I took the car from there. Yeah.
I'd like to make a motion that we accept the city's recommendation.
We have a motion from Mr. Gonzalez and a second from Ms. Marsh.
Where's the
To
human?
impose a fine of $100 per day against the respondent effective today and continue until compliance is achieved or reaches the maximum of $10,000. Is there any more discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Like sign opposed. Motion carries. We've chosen to fine you, sir.
Okay, so how does that fine work? How does that work?
It starts today, and each day that's until you're in compliance, and you have
So,
to call.
so I owe $100 right now?
Yeah, today.
As of today?
Stay in touch with Mr. Garcia when it's moved. That's the old car you're talking about, right?
well, he has to move the other one
Well, there are
also.
there's more than one.
The Jaguar.
It's my property. I don't understand. I cannot park my car on my property even though they're
Sir,
moving.
Unfortunately, or
The
fortunately.
car, the home,
don't-
the home, the home,
we
that the
are
home was
not-
totally destroyed. I remodeled that home. It was
I
burnt down,
understand.
totally destroyed.
I-
I put all my money into that home. So you telling me you're gonna fine me after I put all my money, spent all my money to not just beautify that home, beautify the whole neighborhood. That whole neighborhood that's the first house on that when you come on that neighborhood. It was burnt down, tore up. I put all my money in that. And I'm getting fined because a car on my property?
Mr. Robertson, what he's telling you is not just that one, it's the other cars. You cannot park cars
On my property.
all over the yard, even on your property. They have to, city code says they have to be on the drive and operable.
But I cannot put a driveway if I on the other side because I had to go pull a permit and then they won't allow me to pull a permit and pull a driveway over there. If I put my car on the side of the road, they speed every day on the side of the road. My daughter, that's why she got the blue car because her red truck was hit. It was parked on the side of the road and somebody came down and hit the red truck.
So what's happening, sir, is,
I'm in a bad neighborhood.
well, no. Now, you said that, not me.
Yeah, that's what's happening. I'm in a bad neighborhood.
No. Wait, you listen for a second. Our charge as a board is to ensure that the city codes, are followed. So therefore, it's not us violating you necessarily, it's the fact that you are in violation of certain city codes. And then our job is to say, hey, you gotta fix it.
Yeah, we don't write the rules.
Right.
That's really not our job. And because we've made a decision, we're going to have to go with that.
Madam Chair, can I just help Mr. Robertson with one point? I think
Yes.
he's concerned about the fine. Anthony Jackson, attorney for the city. The way the fine works is this. You want to know how it all works. The way it works is.
I can't afford $100.
The way it works is this. Once they put an order in place, that fine starts to accrue. Once you come into compliance, it stops. Wherever that stops, that's where it stops. If you don't come into compliance, it'll go for until it reaches $10,000. All of that goes against your property. It's there until you pay it off or take care of it, but that's the way it works. So it's not something where you have to run out and start handing it to us tomorrow or today. But you do have to come into compliance. It's our code, and you're kind of left with the code requiring that compliance.
you understand that you come into compliance, and if there is a code and a lien put on your property, you can come back and ask for a lien review if you are in compliance. If you're never going to be in compliance, then the lien will stay on your house until you sell it.
And, well, understand that there's other rights that the city
Right.
could exercise, and that's just decisions made after the fact.
Copy.
Okay, so we had a motion and a second, and we voted in favor. And we're going to move on to the next case. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Case number 8, CEB 09-24-159, Uzair Suja on Emmett Street. Good morning.
Yes,
This is
that's
a
correct.
Zoom call, case 8, CEB 0924-159.
And those pictures you have go with these.
Yes, and there we were given pictures. Does everybody have them?
No, there's a pack for you to
Just
pass around.
me?
You and then the one pack to pass around.
I have no pictures.
Well, they're entered into the record. Let's see which one this is. Emmett, is this Emmett? No, this is the Weaver Street property, right?
Emmett Street.
Okay, this is the Emmett Street property. Okay. I'm gonna pass that the other way. You can look at these. Okay, please state your name and address for the record and be sworn in.
Yeah, my name is Shabazz Shuja, and my address is 778 Bear Creek Circle, Winter Springs, Florida 32708.
Will you raise
Hi.
your right hand, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to provide is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am, I swear.
Thank you.
Sir, I know I understood your last name to be Suja. What is your first name?
Shabazz, Shahbaz.
How are you related to Uzair?
He's my son.
Do you have permission from him to?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
God.
Okay, we're going to hear from Mr. Garcia. Go ahead, Mr. Garcia.
This respondent was first notified of all the violations on August 2nd, 2024. I have had contact with the owner. The property is not occupied anymore. There has been very little progress made, and staff's recommending a fine of $250 for the safety issues, which was supposed to have been done, if you remember, 5 days, and it wasn't. Also capped at $15,000, and also the 100 hours a day capped at $15,000 for the remaining violations.
Pretty serious charges here. What's going on? Mr.
Ma'am,
Suja?
I'm extremely confused as what the enforcement officer is saying. I have supplied 20 pictures detailing each and every single work that was needed, and it was done to show compliance. I also, in the evidence, have forwarded a letter from a commercial and residential licensed electrical contractor who has looked at the electrical and has verified by way of letter stating that the electrical is safe. I have included that in my evidence to you. When I sent the evidence to you, I sent 15 pictures to you.
Yes, I see that.
And as far as the electrical is concerned, it is completely safe. I have, in 4 separate occasions, in writing, asked the code enforcement officer, what is it exactly that you're asking me to do? He is telling me that I need to pull a permit for the electrical. And between the two, I have had a third contractor come in and look at all the electrical installations, and they're saying that the breakers are reasonably new. There is no reason for any change to take place. Everything is safe. They went and did an electrical safety check inside the property, and everything is electrically safe. And he wrote a letter to that effect, and he signed it. And I'm extremely perplexed by the code enforcement officer saying that nothing has been done. every single item on his particular allegation violation that he has requested, every single part of that work has been done. And
if you
I
look,
have forwarded evidence to show that. So I forwarded this evidence last Tuesday, and I invited this last Tuesday of last week, and I invited the officer to come in to take a look at it.
Okay.
All right, I need to hear from Mr. Garcia.
I did receive an email from him asking to see the inside of the unit, which I have not seen. After talking to my field supervisor, being that the exterior wasn't in compliance, we decided not to have to, even continue looking at the rest. But the exterior, this window, this picture right here, if you go back, you can see that window right there is broken. That's November 12th. See the window's broken. There's another window above that is broken. You can also see on the exterior still some dirt and grime. You can see them on the ledges there. So these are all the things that were on that list that he said he took care of. He spent more time working on this deck on the outside, this rear deck, which is was done with no permit, and it's unsafe, which I did cite him for. He should be getting. There are other issues in the front that have dirt and grime still, and some other issues that a piece of the exterior was falling. And we did talk about the
exterior has been washed.
Oh, wait, stop. No, I'm not going to have three people talking at one time. I'm going to let Mr. Garcia finish.
We did discuss about the electrical, about getting a electrical permit, which he did not, and I kept telling him to ask to get that, and he did not do it. He didn't even apply for it. I got with my supervisor, and my supervisor agreed that was one that was needed, and he still didn't, he just sent some letters from someone stating that they checked it.
What? All right, who wants to speak next? Go ahead, Ms. Himes.
Mr. Garcia, the pictures, which are the latest pictures for the outside?
Well, this one right here is the 12th, November 12th, and there's a few more from November 12th. That's November 12th. This is one of the original. Those are the originals, but that's November 12th.
Question.
Okay, anyone else?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Mr. Gonzalez.
These pictures are your pictures that you set up?
No, these are mine.
Those.
Where are my pictures?
They're here. Everyone's seen them. They're here. We have them.
So those are his pictures.
Those are his.
right?
That's
Yes,
what he
those
said.
are-
Yeah.
Right. Well, I see several issues going on in the pictures that he sent us. So I don't see how you can argue that you're in compliance when even your own pictures tell 1,000 words that you're not in compliance.
Right.
So,
Okay.
yeah, Mr.
Mr. Harrington?
I'd like to settle the simplest part of this. A contractor does not have the authority to write off and say you don't need a permit.
Right.
An electrical contractor.
Right.
You have to have.
I didn't even know he's an electrical contractor.
Well, but
Yeah.
you have to have a city inspection
Right.
if you have a violation.
Correct.
And there's no city inspection.
Correct.
So there's nothing to argue about on that. He's not in compliance on the electrical part. Are we agreed on that?
Well,
we are.
I would like to make a motion that we accept the city's recommendation.
I got one question.
Go ahead.
Is the panel cover off so that we can see the wiring?
The-
Or is the panel cover not on?
The panel cover is propped up. The last time we went there with the supervisors, when one of his own employees went to open the panel, it fell off. It wasn't even secured.
I couldn't even vote on this till you.
Yeah, but if there's no city inspection, it's not in compliance.
Also,
Make a motion.
this property was also flooded, and in the inside, the water went up to the outlets, from what I understand, from what the tenant stated.
There's
No.
a tenant in there now.
No,
This was from-
she was evicted.
Right. this,
Was that lieutenant here before?
Yes, she
Yeah.
was here. She couldn't even live in there. They had no power. There was no power.
right.
She said that there was electrical issues. She couldn't have the power on.
And when did that flooding occur and what was that from?
I believe it was a hurricane. I don't know.
There's
Well-
a
I
motion
I
on the
can't say
floor
that.
Well, all right, let's restate the motion, please.
that we accept the city's recommendation.
All right,
I second it.
all right, we have a motion and it's,
Drink.
by Mr. Gonzalez and a second from Mrs. Himes to accept the city's recommendation, which is to fine the respondent $250 per day up to $15,000 for the electric life safety issue, and to further fine them $100 per day up to $15,000 for the rest of the violations, for the remaining violations.
Excellent.
Do we
That's
have, so we should vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Like sign opposed. Motion carries. You've been fined, sir. All right, now, we have case number 9, which is also a Zoom
Yes, ma'am.
call.
Same person.
Same person.
Madam Chair, I need to step out for a minute.
Okay, let the record reflect Mr. Gonzalez left at 10:26. Okay, we can move on, though. We have a quorum.
Wow.
Exactly the same meeting.
There's another tenant complaint at a different property. Good morning, Mr. Stenson.
Good morning.
Go ahead.
John Stenson.
Madam Chair, did you want to, I didn't.
I guess
announce the
it say,
case.
I mean, does it need, says case number 9 is the same person as, do they need to be, state their name and address for the record? They don't need to be sworn? or do
Well, it's a
they?
different address, Madam Chair, so I think you
Okay,
probably have
let's
to say the
start
whole.
over again. All right, sir, please state your name and address for the record. Be sworn in.
Shabazz Shuja, 778 Bay Creek Circle, Winter Springs, Florida, 32708.
Go ahead.
I guess, Madam Chair, what I was saying is, you hadn't announced the case yet. It hadn't been called. But you didn't say the case number.
Case
the
number
case-
9,
There we go.
CB
Thank you.
09-24-141. Adiba Suja at 530 Cannon Street. Thank you. Okay. So, be sworn in, sir.
Will you raise your right hand, sir? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to provide is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
What's his relationship to Adiba?
Right, and what is your relationship to Adiba?
She's my mother.
And you have permission to speak for her?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
You're going to have pictures again
Yes, we do have, here, let me send it around.
with the septic tank in the front yard or wherever it is.
Yes, this is Cannon. This is Cannon. All right, you've been sworn in. The pictures are being circulated so everyone can see them. They are in the record.
Are these his pictures or yours?
They're his.
Do you have yours?
Yes, sir, they're up on the screen. They'll be up on the screen as soon as they start.
So they covered up the septic tank. What about the septic tank?
All right, well, let's hear from Mr. Stenson first.
Okay, good morning, John Stinson, Code Inspector with the city. My qualifications on file. This respondent was first notified of the violations on February 16th, 2024. Since the actual last hearing, this respondent has submitted a couple of emails Ultimately, all the violations remain. We had scheduled a meeting to meet with this property owner for the 13th. I'm sorry, for yesterday. He did not show. This is the third time that he did not show for the meeting. The other two times he sent a representative.
Who was that representative?
I can't even recall
Okay.
their name. It was a man and a woman, but they definitely identified themselves as
Okay.
being his employees.
Okay.
Um,
Okay. Employees.
However, as of yesterday morning, prior to our 9 a.m. meeting and inspection on the property, I guess one of his employees were on site, and they removed the tarp from the roof. That's the way that went. Myself and Manager Sykes met on the property at 9 o'clock. The tenant was there. The tenant gave us full access of the property.
When was this?
The tenant, Mrs. Wright,
Oh,
that's the tenant.
are they still, the tenants still there?
Yes, they are.
Okay, yesterday. Okay.
Yep. So the tenant gave us full access to the property. We inspected the entire property from the exterior to the interior. All the cited violations remain on the exterior: outside storage, damaged surfacing, peeling paint. You can see all of that in the photographs. The roof is still damaged. The tarp was just removed. As far as the septic tank was, he sent pictures that it was filled. However, during that reinspection yesterday, the location where the septic tank is, the tenant has informed us that it's starting to sink again. So meaning that apparently it's not up to code the way it should be if it's sinking, and there's a collapsed septic tank there, and that's on the exterior. As you can see from photographs, there's still exterior damage to the actual structural walls. The plumbing is still an issue. Still plenty of outside storage. This new fencing you see on the side was installed without permits, that fencing right there. It's also just basically propped up. It's not secure. Then we move to the inside. We move to the inside of the property. Nothing has changed other than the installation of 2 smoke detectors. The walking surfaces are still damaged. There's still plumbing issues. The exterior doors are not sealing properly. As you can see from these photographs of the ceiling is showing the damage from the roof not being secure in the way it should be.
Is there a safety issue there for the tenant?
It's like all these things are.
Yeah.
I wouldn't call it a super safety issue, but I don't think that it's.
I mean, the ceiling could collapse. Is that true or not true? Or
It's, if the roof is not repaired, then yes, ultimately that
Is there
could happen.
another agency involved with the septic tank that would be another possible agency, like environmental or health department or?
Not to my knowledge. I don't know. I don't have that answer. But it is
Probably is.
worth mentioning that this property was quote unquote totally renovated after being condemned.
Who said it was totally renovated?
As you can see from the photographs, this was literally condemned and placarded by the Permits and Licensing Department.
And he never got permit to remodel?
They got a permit. The permit was finalized. However, when you actually look at the permit itself, there were no inspections conducted to verify that the work was actually done.
Question,
Yes, I'm sorry.
was the septic tank clean or dirty?
It's empty.
Oh,
It was completely empty.
Collapsed, yeah.
Oh, it's collapsed.
It's what?
Empty, collapsed. He asked me, was it full of dirt or clean or dirty?
Right.
Is it in use?
It is not.
So my follow-up question is, wouldn't the health department be involved with that too? Because it's a septic tank.
That's
Not if
that's
it's
what I
not
was
used,
asking.
I don't know.
I think septic tanks come under.
They either have to be removed or they have to be filled in with enough
Right.
substance that it does not sink
Well,
any
okay.
further.
Right.
All right. Now, there seem to be a lot of issues, a lot of disregard for people living in your properties. I mean, these are cases that we don't see all that often, luckily. We see some pretty bad things, too. What is your recommendation?
The city recommends the imposition of a $300 per day fine to be kept at $15,000.
Okay, is there a motion?
So moved, Madam Chair.
We have a motion on the, do you have anything to say for yourself before we go further than this? Do you have anything to say for yourself?
I am extremely perplexed at the
Well, be
evidence that I
perplexed.
sent.
All you had to do was call the city,
Ma'am,
you wouldn't be perplexed.
The work has been done. The roof has been partially repaired where it was needed to be done. The insides were all done. Some of the sheetrock work was done. Most of the
Well,
work
you never
was done.
called and asked for an inspection. You need an inspection. We can't put you in compliance. You can't just say you're in compliance. You
I
have to
showed
have,
evidence of
stop,
my
I'm
pictures.
talking. You have to ask the code compliance officer whether or not you are in compliance. He will give you that information and he will give us that information. You don't get to say you're in compliance. We don't
Understand.
get to say you're in compliance. We
I
need
understand.
that information and you have not had that from him. So now I'm finished. Sorry. Go ahead, Mr. Gonzalez.
Yes, this is, I see it as atrocious because they were here before and both cases, the tenants were here complaining also, and to maintain this, atrocious living conditions for these people, is unacceptable.
It is.
And then to sit up here and tell us that they decide when it's in compliance, when it's not in compliance, it's even worse. It's complete disrespect
Absolutely.
for what they need to do and disrespect for the people that they put into these houses. And so I would go along with accepting the city's
All right,
recommendation.
Ms. Himes made a motion to impose a fine of $300 per day against the respondent effective immediately today and continue until compliance is achieved or reaches the maximum of $15,000. And you would like to second that?
Yes.
Okay, so we have a motion from Ms. Himes, a second from Mr. Gonzalez. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Like sign opposed, motion carries. All right, that's the end of that case. All right, now, case number 10, CEB 01-24-19. This is another Zoom call from Nicole McErlin.
Good morning, madam.
Good morning. And Miguel Pagan at 402. Oh, I know what. Okay, 402 Auditorium. Okay. Will you state your name and address for the record and be sworn in?
Nicole McErlin, 992 Broadway, Norwood, New Jersey, 07648.
Will you raise your right hand, ma'am? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony about to provide is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Stenson. We'll hear from Mr. Stenson, then we'll try and figure out where you are in this process again. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Stenson.
Good morning. This respondent was first notified on 7 August 2023 of the hurricane damages done to this property. Since the last hearing, I have been in contact via email. The permits for the windows and doors They are actually awaiting resubmittal. Major issue here is that Hurricane Milton came through, and in the middle of them repairing this property, it sustained more damage. So the city would like to amend this case and have it heard on the January hearing.
All right, what would you like to tell us, Ms. McErlin?
I'd like to update you on my status. So as previously been advised, my property was damaged in Ian, and I had to retain an attorney, institute a lawsuit against my insurance company. We went through arbitration. I finally won in April. They agreed to pay in May. A check wasn't released until July. The funds didn't clear until the beginning of August. At that point in time, my GC advised he was booked out until sometime in 2025 to begin taking on this project. So we immediately began looking for subcontractors ourselves to get the work done. My husband closed his business and flew down to Florida for 2 weeks to file permits in person, which is what Daytona Beach requires, get windows, meet with contractors, get things rolling. Milton did come in and did do some more damage, which I have to deal with Inspector Stenson, and of course I will. To date, I had called 6 exterior contractors, only 2 showed up. I have estimates, and I engaged one of the exterior contractors to come in and do my vinyl siding, my soffit, and my gutters. Due to the ordering of the vinyl siding and adding to my permits the holidays and the time, he told me he will not be able to begin the exterior work until January, and it will take 2 full weeks for completion. And that's where I am right now on the exterior. I've also called fencing contractors, many of which have not shown up. I'm working with a landscaper because a tree came down and had to be removed, but I am actively working to get this property cleaned up and where it needs to be, and a majority of the delays have been completely out of my control, to include my insurance company and contractors.
Okay, now, funds were have all of the funds been released for the original claim?
No, they are only releasing them as I submit signed contracts and upon inspection.
Okay. All right. And the city is asking us to amend until January.
So moved, Madam Chair.
All right.
So maybe we should, he can't start till January. Maybe we should go to February. I mean,
That is what I would like, because I would hoping that I could have enough exterior progress done, since he told me he will not be starting until January and it's going to take 2 weeks. In addition, if there's anything else Inspector Stenson needs me to take care of, hopefully that will give me the time with the holidays to get that done, and we'll have even more progress by the time we come back.
I would move that we accept the city's recommendation in this situation, and then at the time that we get to review the case again.
Yeah, we need to keep this, I think, on the radar. It's been
So
an
you're
awful long time.
So you're recommending January?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, there's a motion on the floor to amend the previous order of noncompliance and allow respondent until January 2nd, 2025 to come into compliance or be returned to a subsequent meeting for consideration of a fine of up to $1,000 per day until compliance is achieved. There a second?
You made second.
Are you second? He made, Mr. Gonzalez
Yeah, I
made the
second.
motion. The second is Mrs. Himes. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Like sign opposed.
nay. I just think a progress report would have been better than the
Yeah,
fine.
you know, yeah, I'm, okay, so the motion passes 6-1.
No, I didn't vote.
Oh, you didn't vote yet? Okay,
No, I
let's have a
didn't vote
roll
at
call vote, please.
I wasn't here.
All right, Mr. Harrington is recusing himself from this vote since he didn't hear the case. So, we still need a roll call, or it would be 5-1.
Right.
Okay. So let's do a roll call now that I called for that.
Mr. Gonzalez,
Yes.
Mr. Mahegan,
Yes.
Mrs. Marsh,
Yes.
Ms. Roby,
No.
Ms. Himes,
Yes.
Mr. Harrington. Oh, he wasn't here.
No, not,
Right, no vote. And Ms. Kindig.
yes. All right, so motion passes 5-1. We just want to keep up with this because it's really getting to be a long, long time. And I understand that you're having problems, but we need to make sure there's some progress being made all the time.
Understandable.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Have a great day.
You too. Case number 11, CEB 06-24-93, Matthew Michaels.
Yes, Matthew Michaels, 820 North Wild Olive Avenue.
Will you raise your right hand, sir? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony about to provide is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll hear from Mr. Stenson, then we'll let you tell us what's going on.
thank you.
Go ahead.
Yes, this respondent was first notified on 23 February 2024. Excuse me. This is in reference to the unpermitted deck. I'm sorry. Yes, the unpermitted deck on the property. Permit R2403-012 has been awaiting resubmittal since March 12, 2024. As of yesterday, there has been no action taken for that permit. So this is an unpermitted work, and imposition of a fine, the city's recommendation is going to be $200 per day to be capped at $10,000.
So we're looking for an after-the-fact permit, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Mr. Michaels, what do you want to tell us?
Yes, ma'am. In hindsight, and through this educational process, I should have got a demolition permit to tear down this old rotted wood. I've kept the frame, been in touch with zoning. I have permission to build the deck to where existing was. What had happened is I hit financial difficulty to apply for the survey that I have now. So it cost me $1,000. My central AC broke down. And then I got these drawings back yesterday, as a matter of fact. So I can actually file for this permit by today. I don't know if there's any possibility. You guys have been great to get me through this process. It's in my backyard. I should have got a permit to demo and then resubmitted for this deck. So at this time, I am ready to submit. And if there's any way to get to the January cutoff, I do believe it can all happen. I'm just worried for some reason. One little complication, if this deck had come in any faster during the hurricane, there was a leak in the roof. And if I had built the deck, I would have had to tear the whole deck up to fix this leak that's underneath the deck. So anything you can do from there, maybe January cutoff, I do believe through this process, I can have it all
So
looking really good.
Have you been in touch with Mr. Stenson?
I had just called and left a message saying I'm having financial difficulty, but there wasn't an email or anything like that.
Okay, so.
So I was just
that's
telling
where
him.
We need to do that, let him know, because it looks to me like you're trying to do something with it and get it done. Because these are new, that didn't happen before.
No, ma'am. Recent.
So, okay. Comments?
I don't mind postponing it till the January meeting, so I'll make a motion that we amend to the next cutoff.
Which is the next cutoff?
One,
Well,
two.
the January cutoff anyway.
Yeah.
Okay.
Second.
All right, we have a motion from Ms. Roby, a second from Mr. Gonzalez to amend the previous order of noncompliance and allow respondent until January 2nd, 2025 to come into compliance or be returned to the board for consideration of a fine of up to $1,000 per day. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Like sign opposed. Motion carries.
Thank you all very
Sir,
much.
may I ask a question that's not
Yes.
related to, that tree that's bent like that, was that standing straight?
Yes, it was.
I have one just like it. Are you gonna have to tear it down, or?
I was going to try to jack it back up. I don't. Do you have any suggestions? But
They're not, they're an
get it out of there, huh?
an invasive species.
Okay. So,
All right.
okay. Thank you, Neil.
I didn't
All right.
see that.
Thank you.
All right, let's do case number 12, CEB 0724-129, Coast to Coast Promotional Marketing, LLC. Okay.
Good morning.
Good morning. Please state your name and address for the record.
Daniel Prieto, 95 Ocean Terrace, Ormond Beach, Florida.
I'm sorry, sir. Can you repeat your first name again?
Daniel,
Okay.
it's cold in here.
It is.
Jeez.
Will you raise your right hand, sir? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony about to provide is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
And how are you related? I know you've told us this before.
I'm the owner.
Owner
Yeah.
of Coast to Coast, okay? And you were here last time.
I was.
Okay. All right, we'll hear from Mr. Stenson.
Okay, this respondent was first notified on 22 April 2024 for unpermitted front and rear porches. Since then, I have had no contact with the actual owner. However, I have some notes from the building department who performed site inspection on November 6th. They claimed that the passing of this inspection is in progress.
The what?
The passing
Oh.
of the inspection is in progress. However, the inspector notes that additional substantial work has been done without any inspections or disclosure of being done. For example, the conversion of the garage to a living space and installed new mechanical systems. Also, the inspector notes that the front concrete steps are not in compliance with the code, and much of the work has been done without the inspections. Stop work order was posted 7 months ago. We're aware of that. And yesterday, the 6th was the first inspection that inspector performed. The permit itself was issued on September 9th, 2024. The city is asking for the imposition of a fine of $200 per day to be capped at 15.
Now, is there any way we can get this, I don't know who else is as cold as I am, but I'm freezing.
I'm freezing too.
Everybody's freezing. So is there any way we can do anything about that?
Joe?
You warm it up, I'm gonna take a nap.
Huh?
You warm it up, I'm taking a nap.
ITS trying to respond. I'm sorry, Joe, you were saying?
only make it colder, I guess. Oh, okay.
No
never
colder.
mind. Never mind. All right, let's see.
Did I hear that there is a permit now?
Yes, sir. There is a permit.
There's a permit, but they've not been finalized. But I think what I heard you say is that there's other work being done without permits.
That is per the inspector who performed the inspection, yes.
Okay, what would you like to tell us?
I spoke with Mr. Betts. He wants to do a walkthrough inside my house and see what else I need to pull permits on. So I told him let's do it next week. And I was under the impression
Who
that
did you speak to?
Jurgen Betts.
It's building inspector,
Okay,
Jurgen
building
Betts.
Inspector,
Oh,
okay.
sorry.
Okay, that's all right, I just.
So I told him just to, whenever, what we have to do is just go in there and just figure it out because I'm trying to get in compliance.
Okay.
As far as the conversion downstairs, that's how I bought the property. So I guess what we got to do is just see what we need to pull permits on.
But there's nobody living in there now?
No.
Comments from the board? Is there progress being made on this? would you say?
Yes, there is progress being made on the physical property. It's the permit process that's the issue.
Were you the one that closed off the garage to the living space?
No.
No?
So what I got a stop work order was the front porch and the rear porch. I got architectural drawings for that, pulled a permit, and I think I'm in compliance with that. I don't know. And so Mr. Betts wants to walk the house to see what else I need to pull
All
permits
right.
on.
Okay, I mean, I feel like I'd be willing to give them till, the January cutoff.
I feel the same.
If there's stuff being done. I mean, it seems like there is. But you come back and there's nothing being done. It's
Oh, no, yeah.
going to be a different story, I
problem.
suspect. Okay. So the Chair will entertain a motion to amend the previous order. Any other comments? To amend the previous order of non-compliance and allow the respondent until the 2nd of January 2025 to come into compliance or return to a subsequent meeting for consideration of fine of up to $1,000 per day. Such a motion?
So moved.
Motion, Ms. Roby, second.
Second.
Second, Mr. Gonzalez. All in favor, say aye.
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 Like sign opposed. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Yeah.
Your turn.
Ms. Himes is leaving at 10:56. I don't always see people come back in, but we know that if, you haven't heard the case, and you're not in a room that you probably shouldn't vote, that would.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
you were gonna call up for a break at 11?
Yeah, because we got
Let y'all go
We
warm
got
up.
some more cases to go through, I say. So we'll take a 5-minute break right now. That's it, 5 minutes.
It's at 11 o'clock.
Go outside and warm up.
It is 11 o'clock.
Really?
Yeah.
God.
Wow, time flies.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, but I
Okay.
can hear you.
Yeah, you can hear me anyway.
Fairness was an issue.
I know. My voice
Just
carries
like me.
probably
Yeah.
to.
It's very loud.
Right. All right, we're going to resume in 2 minutes.
I'm gonna steal John's coat.
Fairness was an issue long post-9/11.
This is the first time I did because I had sleeves on. I'm bringing one from now on. My hands are like ice.
Oh, everybody's cold. Yeah, that's why I said. Are we ready? Is everybody back in? Yeah,
not allowed.
everybody's in place.
Full house.
Yawning, not allowed.
No yawning is contagious.
We have a full house.
All right, we've got a quorum. We're back in business.
Who's next to leave?
All right. Case number 13, CEB 07-24-97. Norma Jean Arndt
Can it be 11?
by Zoom. Good morning.
Can't hear her.
Can you hear us?
Can't
We
hear her.
can't hear you.
Yes, sorry.
Okay, there you go. All right. Please state your name and address
Norma,
for the record and be sworn in.
Norma Jean Arndt, 829 North Grandview.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I'm about to provide is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Do you live there?
No, I don't get to live there yet.
Okay. So what is your address where you live?
11415 Hosford Road, Chardon, Ohio.
Okay. Does anyone live in there now?
No, it's our home that we come down to.
Okay, vacation home. Okay. All right. We will hear from Mr. Stenson, then we'll let you talk. Mr. Stenson?
Good morning, John Stinson, Code Inspector. My qualifications are on file. This respondent was first notified on 3 April 2024. They were cited for unmaintained landscaping, boat parking, dilapidated detached garage, and peeling paint and damaged roof. Since the last hearing, I have had no contact with this property owner. As we already, this is not occupied at the time. As of right now, the landscaping is being maintained. The boat has been removed. The two remaining violations are going to be dilapidated garage and the exterior surfaces for the peeling paint. The city is asking for the imposition of a fine of $200 per day to be capped at 10.
Now, what about the damaged roof?
The damaged roof has been repaired. It was a
Okay,
couple of
that was
shingles.
repaired.
Correct.
Okay. All right. What would you like to tell us, Ms. Arndt?
Yes, the damaged roof had been repaired. The landscaping had been repaired.
Okay.
The peeling paint and things had been fixed. Except we could not do the garage and we wanted to redo the porch. When I last spoke with you, I have a QPC contractors are supposed to do the repairs. I spoke with Tim Bickle from the contractor this morning. He said he talked to Mr. Stenson this morning. He was supposed to contact them before. I emailed Mr. Stenson last Monday on the 4th to let him know that we're under contract. They were supposed to get this work done, but because of the hurricanes, my house, because I don't live there and it's not internal damage, my job got bumped because there's people living in houses that have roofs off, and so I've been bumped. The contractor had just messaged that he's applying for permits next week, because I told him, I said, I have the money. This is ridiculous. I can't go through this stress of these hearings every month.
Right.
And he said that he will apply for the permits next month. And if nothing holds those permits up, that the construction will be completed by January 2nd. And, because now, I don't know when Mr. Stenson was there last, but due to the hurricane, we did pay for a major cleanup in the yard. You don't have the pictures I do of all the debris and stuff. That was taken care of. We now have some more shingles in a different location that have to be replaced, and a little bit more of the front fascia. So, I'm just at the mercy of this contractor. And he says, we have a contract, he says this is gonna be done. So all I can do is take his word for it.
Yeah,
'cause
okay, now here's something else I wanted to ask you. You're talking about fixing the front porch, is that it?
Yeah, that
But
front
why
porch-
can't, here's my question, why can't you get the garage fixed? And then you could be, because I don't see anything on here that
Look
talks
at,
about.
if you zoom in on the porch, that's what the complaint's about. You see how that fascia board is peeling off? It should be purple all the way, the color, lavender or whatever the color of the house is. See how you're looking at the exposed wood underneath? Well, inside, the ceiling is peeling. It's just, the whole thing is rotting.
Okay.
So we contracted to have it'll look like this, but it will be completely new
Right,
and safe.
right.
And he was doing that and the garage.
Yeah, I get that you want to have that work done, but that is not part of, is that part of the complaint?
Yeah, that's the peeling paint part. The landscaping we did, the roof we took care of,
But-
what we could take care of.
What, all right, I'm going to ask Mr. Stenson. Mr. Stenson, what peeling paint are you referring to? On the outside, the inside?
The exterior of the property, as you can see,
Is it just that one board?
it's basically the front of the house. As you can
The
see,
whole front of the house?
as you can see to the
Okay.
right
All right.
and left of the stairs, half of the paint.
Okay.
And
Okay.
you could see that.
Yeah, and I had repaint when this first came up, I had repainted. It was just a little bit. I had repaired it all, but then due to storms, because me fixing it is like throwing a Band-Aid on it.
Yeah.
Because it's
I
so rotten
understand that,
underneath.
but if it brought you into compliance, it might.
Well, I did do the painting and it was in compliance for about a month.
All right,
Just
okay.
that.
All right.
But-
So, did this contractor call you, Mr. Stenson?
I have had no phone calls
No,
this morning.
no phone calls. You may need a new contractor. I don't know.
I talked to him and he told me, I have the phone that he told me that he talked to him today, but I thought he said Steve. I said, it's Inspector Stenson. He said he talked to him today. So I'm not sure who he talked to.
I
know
couldn't
that
tell you.
I did email Mr. Stenson on Monday, the 4th, and let him know that
Okay.
this is what's
All
going
right.
on.
Mr. Gonzalez?
Mr. Stetson, has she provided you any documentation regarding any contractors?
No, sir.
The contractor did come there 2 months ago. He came in to the meeting. He was at the zone hearing then.
I believe she's talking about the FEMA meeting when it's there.
Because she just said zone hearing, so that.
Well, what is a zone hearing?
This, I'm sorry, the code enforcement
Okay.
hearing.
So
He
you
was
say-
there.
I guess I just don't remember that. Do you have that in your minutes?
He did come once.
He did come once, okay. So he does in fact exist and.
Okay, could I ask?
No, and we're gonna let the board talk for a minute.
Mr. Stenson, what is your recommendation? What is the city recommendation?
The city's recommendation is the imposition of a fine of $200 per day to be kept at $10,000.
Any other questions?
Well, I feel since she was making effort before the hurricane came, and now Milton came through, that maybe we could, give her a little bit more time to get, he says, this contractor Bickle told her that he could have it done by January.
But, may I say, Madam Chair, she has shown Mr. Stenson no records of that or anything.
I have emailed Mr. Stenson. I have a record of the email I sent him.
But,
I don't know.
in fact, you did testify that the contractor said that he called Mr. Stenson this morning or emailed him and that Mr. Stenson doesn't
Right,
have.
and like I said, I know he said he did.
Yeah, he said he did,
May I,
And.
but we don't have a
and
record
he
of
said
that.
He's in a meeting right now. He said I could text him. I'm gonna text him and say, they said you didn't call.
okay, did you
But
send,
Mr. Stenson also said that I didn't contact him, but I did send him an email stating that this is what's happening.
you didn't get it?
What email are you referring to?
I emailed him stating that the contractor said he would contact him and that the project at my house was being delayed because they felt that they had to do other homes that were more important because of the
Yeah.
bad storm damage.
Well, yeah.
And I let him know this is what was happening.
Right.
So, what I want to ask you is, you do have a contract with the contractor.
Yes.
So, could you email Mr. Stenson a copy of that?
Yes, I can.
Okay.
Any other comments from the board?
Well,
And
to me, what I'm hearing a lot of he said, she said.
Yeah, me
And
too.
so I'd like to make a motion to go along with the city's recommendation.
Second.
No.
Well,
And
we have a motion on the floor right now to impose a fine of $200 per day against the respondent effective today and continue until compliance is achieved or reaches a maximum of 15,000, correct?
10,000.
10,000. And we have, and that was from Mr. Gonzalez, and we have a second from Ms. Himes. So we're going to take a vote.
please don't do this.
I'm sorry, we're going to take a vote. Unless anybody has any more discussion. This has been going on for a while.
But I have tried, I have the money sitting there. My hands are tied with this contractor.
Well, then never mind.
I'm scheduled to come down there in December.
All right, let us take a vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Like sign opposed.
No.
No.
May need a roll call.
All right, let's have a roll call, please.
Mr. Gonzalez,
Yay.
Ms. Roby,
No.
Ms. Marsh,
No.
Mr. Harrington,
No.
Ms. Kindig,
No. All right.
Ms. Mahegan,
Yes.
I'm going with Mr. Stinson. Yes.
Excuse me.
You know, I know we're not mandated to be consistent, but we've had at least one case here where we gave them till January and certainly did less about achieving their goals than this. So what's wrong with January cutoff?
Well, what is the result of the motion?
I didn't get Ms. Himes' vote, yes or no?
Ms. Himes, what's your vote?
My vote was yes.
Yes.
Because
What is the result of the vote?
Tied.
It's, what?
Wait a minute, Gonzalez.
Well, you didn't have,
Maybe I missed somebody.
you can't.
Mr. Harrington, Ms. Marsh, Ms. Roby, Mr. Gonzalez.
Or no.
the no.
Oh, and Ms. Kindig.
Failed.
It failed, I think.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it failed.
All right, is there a replacement motion?
I'd like to make a motion that we amend it to the January meeting.
Second.
All right, we have a motion to amend the previous order of noncompliance and allow respondent until January 2nd to come into compliance
And there's no fine.
or be returned to subsequent meeting for consideration of fine of up to $1,000 per day. We have, who made the motion?
I did.
All right, Ms. Roby, who seconded it? Mr. Harrington. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Like sign opposed.
Opposed.
6-1. You have till January. Whether you get a new contract or do whatever you need to do.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, case 14, CEB 09-24-152, Cheryl Miller. Cheryl Miller, Raynard Miller, Robert Miller. Anyone here? Okay. Go ahead, Ms. Kirk.
Okay, thank you. First notice was 7/1/24. Since the last hearing, I've had no contact and there's no known progress. Staff is recommending a fine of $100 to a cap of $15,000.
These
was
people,
here
does
last-
anybody live there?
The complaint was a tenant complaint. There were people living there. They've been evicted. So I don't know currently. I haven't been in since. So.
Okay.
Because they came in last time and they had a property manager with them, correct?
Right.
Yeah.
Yep. So it was a
Sure, Ingrid, yeah.
back and forth. They said they were rented to. He said they were squatters. I don't know. But either way, it was in non-compliance.
But there haven't been any work done.
Not that I know of. Nobody's contacted me.
Okay, what's your recommendation?
100 to 15
100 per day.
per 100 per day to 15,000
Cheryl,
max.
entertain a motion to amend, any comments? Cheryl, will entertain a motion to amend the previous order of non-compliance and allow No.
Yeah, I have a comment.
Okay, go ahead.
I'd like to
That was
raise
wrong
it to
anyway.
$200 a day since seem to be on that kick and these certainly deserve it.
Okay. All right, Mr. Harrington's made a motion to impose a fine of $200 per day up to $15,000 effective today
Second.
until compliance is achieved. Mr. Gonzalez is second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Like sign opposed, motion carries. All right, case number 15, Ms. Perk again, CEB 02-24-35, Kelvin Lee and Anthony D. Williams at 524 South Landville.
Okay, first notification was 7/19/22.
Yeah.
Since the last hearing, Mr. Lee has maintained regular contact with me. He did ask me to let you know that he had to work today and to please excuse his absence. At this time, everything has been completed with the exception of the electrical final. The delay is due to a cabinet order. Once the cabinets are installed, then the electrical final inspection will be called, and that will close out the permit. The permit had a lot of different things to it.
Recommendation?
Amend to the January cutoff.
Did you say an electrical, something about electrical?
Yes.
I
The-
didn't see it on here.
Oh, okay. It's just a part of the permit. Right.
Okay. Chair will entertain a motion to amend the previous order of non-compliance to allow respondent until January 2nd, 2025 to come into compliance and be returned to the board for consideration of a fine of up to $1,000 per day. Such a motion?
So moved.
Second.
All right, so Mr. Roby made the motion, second, Ms. Marsh, or Mr. Gonzalez. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Like sign opposed.
Who made the,
Motion carried.
who made the second?
Mr. Gonzalez.
Mr. Gonzalez.
Thank you. I heard you say both.
Case number 16, CEB 05-24-83. Romella INT Corporation at 1144 Australia Avenue.
Okay, first notification was 2/22/24. Since the last hearing, I have been in contact with the contractor, Cecil Moore. He stated that it would be a few more months before the job has been completed. There were a few setbacks due to Hurricane Milton. There has been progress, however, you can see in the pictures. I'd like to ask to amend to the January cutoff for compliance.
All right, what did they accomplish?
Okay, if you look at the pictures, I think they would explain, there's a roof on it now, for one. There we go. There's a current picture right there.
Okay.
So they've done a lot. It was a big job, so they've done a lot of work.
Okay.
But he said it probably 3 months, and that was last month, so.
The chair will entertain a motion to amend the previous order of noncompliance by a respondent until January 2nd, 2025 to come into compliance or be returned to a subsequent meeting for consideration of a fine of up to $1,000 a day. Ms. Himes made the motion. Second. Ms. Marshall, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Like sign opposed, motion carries. Case number 17, CEB 06-24-92, Keep Investment, Inc.
Okay, first notification was 12/26/23. Since the last hearing, the owner has maintained contact with me. The demo permit was issued 10/21/24. So I'd like to ask to amend to the January cutoff for compliance.
So the demo
Permit issued.
permit has been applied for. Has it been approved?
Yes, and it's actually been issued on 10/21.
Okay.
So since it was issued, have you had conversation with them?
Yes,
And so,
they've had to do a lot of.
plan?
I'm
What's the
sorry.
plan?
He's gonna demolish the property. He had to wait, it was under review. He had to get different disconnects from the utilities, but now it's been issued, and so they're just waiting on it to be demolished at this point.
Okay, Chair will entertain, any questions? Chair will entertain a motion to amend the previous order of noncompliance and allow a respondent until January 2nd, 2025 to come into compliance, be returned to a subsequent meeting for consideration of a fine of up to $1,000 a day.
So moved.
Motion,
Second.
Ms. Roby, second, Ms. Himes. Motion, Ms. Roby, second, Ms. Himes, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Like sign opposed, motion carries. Case number 18, CEB 09-24-153, Eclipse Asset Management, Inc., at 234 Riva Street.
Okay, this first notification for this was 4/12/24. Since the last hearing, I've had no contact. I've actually never had any contact, and there's been no progress. Staff is recommending a fine of $100 a day to a cap of $15,000.
I move to accept the city's recommendation.
And that was $100 a day?
Yes.
Okay. We have a motion to impose a fine of $100 per day effective today against the respondent. Continue till compliance is achieved or reaches a maximum of, is this $10,000 or 15?
15.
15. The motion was, Mr. Gonzalez?
Yes.
Second, Ms. Himes. Any, questions from the board?
No, ma'am.
Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Like sign opposed, motion carries. Case number 19, CEB 09-24-146, Barbara Reed at 217 Lockhart Street.
Hello.
Good morning.
Morning.
State
Good
name and
morning.
Address for the record, please.
Barbara Reed, 217 Lockhart, Daytona Beach, 32114.
Will you raise your right hand, ma'am?
Yes,
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony about to provide is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay, where are we? Ms. Kirk, with-
Okay. First notification for this case was 5/10/2024. Since the last hearing, I have had contact with Miss Reed and as well as her son, Aaron Reed, and there has been progress with the outside storage. This is a picture from this morning, and you can see there was a lot of outside storage. 90% of it's been removed. You know, there's still a little bit to be done, and then they also just received a FEMA check for damage to get a new roof put on. So they're planning on putting a sheet metal roof on, and I've instructed them where to get the permit and everything. So with that, I'd like to ask to amend to the January cutoff for compliance.
Okay, excuse, go ahead, Ms. Kirk, are you saying that's this morning?
That one is this morning.
And you said 90% had,
Pretty much, there is something in the yard that is a artistic work, but I went through and I pointed out exactly what needed to be removed, like the cones, the refrigerator that was damaged from the hurricane. They had to clean out. That's why it's out there. They're putting that back in today. She could explain to you the story that's in the yard if she'd like to.
That's my angels.
Right. So
My dog died and my son died, and we have a little memorial in the front with a flag to remember our heroes.
But some of the other things, like I pointed out to her son this morning, that are going to be removed. But if you look at the before picture, you can see there was a lot more in the yard. So there, just an example.
and your recommendation?
Just amend to the January cutoff.
Chair will entertain a motion to amend the previous order of noncompliance and allow respondent until January 2nd, 2025 to come into compliance and be returned to a subsequent meeting for consideration of a fine of up to $1,000 per day until compliance is achieved. Such a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Motion, Ms. Roby, second, Ms. Himes, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Like sign opposed, motion carries. So you have till January now to keep.
Thank
working.
you.
Okay. You
Does the permit, she said the permit's free, right? I can get one today?
You would have to talk to Ms. Kirk about that. I can't
Oh,
answer
okay.
that for you, but she
Okay.
can talk to
I
you
get one.
about that.
Yeah, if you want to wait outside.
Thank you so
Okay,
much.
thank you.
Have a great day.
You too. All right, case number 20, CEB 09-24-143, Elliot Bennett. Okay. Go ahead, Ms. Kirk.
Okay, first notification was 5/23/24. Since the last hearing, I've not had any contact. There's been no progress. Staff is recommending a fine of $100 a day to a cap of $10,000.
Questions from the board?
No, except
Okay.
you would know to get a permit if he called you.
I've spoken to him once before, but
Chair will entertain, go ahead.
Are you saying, she had a permit, but it expired?
right there. This was a complaint from the neighbor next door about the fence that's on her property, as well as the shed. However, the shed has been there for so long that it may have well been permitted, before they started keeping, the records. But the fence, there was a permit, but it was never finalized. It had corrections that were needed because it wasn't the property, the setbacks and stuff. It
And
was-
nobody's contacted you or?
I've spoken, when I did a posting, I've spoken to the owner's wife, and didn't seem to get anywhere with her about it. Explained to her the situation, and she wasn't, didn't want to comply.
Is the fence, does it have damaged areas or?
Not that I know of. The complaint was that it's on the neighbor's property, or it's right on the property line. It's not adhering to the setback requirements from their survey.
Okay.
So,
Interesting. All right. Any other comments? Chair will entertain a motion to impose a fine of $100 per day against the respondent effective today and continue until compliance is achieved or reaches a maximum of $10,000. such a motion?
So moved.
Motion, Ms. Marsh, is there a second?
Second.
Second, Ms. Roby, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Like sign opposed, motion carries. Case number 21 CEV 09-24-156, Andrew Phillips. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, this first notification was 8/25/23. Since the last hearing, I have had contact with Mr. Phillips. He was supposed to be here. I thought he was going to be here. There was a lot of outside storage. A lot of it has been cleaned up.
What's that picture?
Now, this is a before picture, okay? And this is an after. I've got a couple afters. So he is working on it. It's a major eyesore and really trying to get it cleaned up. He did tell me that if he could have till January, he would have it in compliance. So I'd like to ask to amend to January just to, hopefully we can get it into compliance and keep the complaints. Because it was like 4 complaints on this property. It's a major eyesore. So I'm trying to get it into compliance. So I'd like to ask to amend to January.
Comments from the board?
2023.
What?
No,
It's been
yeah.
going on since 2023.
Uh-huh, that's over a year ago.
Mhm. So he's still not in compliance.
And he's still not in compliance, and yes, made, in my, what I'm thinking about is that yes, made some progress, but multiple complaints and multiple eyesore in the community.
Is he an elderly? Is he elderly?
I don't know if I consider him elder. He's older, but I just do want to say I already have taken this case a few years ago and gotten a lien for the same violations probably 3 years ago, and I feel like another lien. It's just going to sit there. That's why I'm asking for extra
So
time.
you think that he really will do this?
I'm hoping.
You're hoping.
I know he actually has made a dent in it. You may not be able to see from the
So
pictures.
there's
as
already a
much.
lien on the property for the same thing?
Right, from a few years ago, probably 2019, something like that.
And so this been going on since 23.
This one, but
Right.
before that, there was
Was another one.
another one, and now there's a lien on the property.
So when do we learn our lesson?
Maybe,
Well, we don't. He has to, and
right.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but-
When does he learn the lesson?
What would you like to do about this case?
I would like to motion that we impose a fine of $100 a day
Can you clean that?
until he comes into compliance.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Is there a second to fine him $100 per day?
Second.
Second, Ms. Marsh, is there discussion?
I just don't think another fine is gonna make him move any faster. I think it'll just deter him.
Yep.
I agree that you're gonna just pile another fine on to.
So,
Because he's already at the maximum, but that was for something else.
So if he's working with the code, she's baby.
All right, well, let's vote on this motion in second, and then we'll go from there. Then, we'll see what happens, all right? So there's a motion to impose a fine of $100 per day against the respondent effective today. And a second. All in favor say aye.
I,
That
I-
was the
I-
motion before,
That's what I said, there's a motion to
but
impose a
that
fine.
one was without the $100.
No,
Okay,
that, I think the motion was.
$100 a day.
yeah.
All right, so, all right, let's vote on that. The motion is to impose a fine of $100 per day. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Like sign opposed.
No.
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 Okay.
Did you vote?
Yes. To no.
Yes.
Are you here?
Yes, you voted, and you said no. Okay.
Okay, so,
So that motion fails.
right,
Let's have another motion.
okay, discussion.
All right, discussion first.
Yeah, okay, so what we're saying is, let's let him do what he wants when he wants, and that's it. And so, we've imposed, no, let me finish, please.
Okay.
So we've imposed fines on other people who have these violations. But now with this person, we want to just let them ride. That's what I'm hearing. How are we doing our job?
Okay. I
Now-
understand what you're saying.
I understand what you're saying, but I was following more of the inspector. To me, she feels that he is doing something.
She
and
said
that
she
he
hopes.
will.
She says she hopes.
I'm getting
That he
it.
finished.
She said that when we asked, did she think he would do it, she said, hopefully.
Right,
So what I'm doing, I'm going with, for me,
Yeah.
I'm going with what she said.
right.
And hopefully he does it. If he don't, then we fine him, and big time.
Right, then he'll have two liens on his
Mr.
property. But I mean,
Gonzalez,
that's the way it goes. I mean, we.
every
can't-
time we
We can't do any more than that. That's it, Go ahead. Mr.
every
Mayor.
time we extend it to a later date, we're hopeful that they're gonna comply.
Right.
Everybody.
So hopeful is always part of the process.
Well,
We
hope
hope,
is
to-
a-
and
hope's
if
a
we,
great
and
word.
if we fine them, we still hope they're gonna do it.
Right.
But I-
That's, we're in a hopeful situation here. And we're not the
But
Inquisition,
how come we're hopeful for some people and we're not hopeful for
because
others?
that's life.
Well,
Well, each case is
it's
separate.
different, right.
Well, I know, I understand your desire to have consistency throughout our process, and
Exactly.
I agree that with that a lot of the time. However, each case is an individual case.
Right, but what I'm not
And
for
we
is-
have a code officer here who's telling us that she's hopeful that if we give him, just because he's cleaned up a lot of
He
it.
has, he has.
If he hadn't done anything, I wouldn't be willing to do that.
He's
But
got rid of
cleaned up
vehicles.
some, so I wouldn't be willing to
And
vote.
I've gone along with some of her recommendations.
Okay,
However, I am not for disparate treatment.
okay. I get
Treating
what you're saying.
people,
Then why have it?
or whatever, and give them while other people get fined.
You ever been in a real court?
Mr. Gonzalez, I don't believe it's disparate treatment involved here because from what I've heard today, you've either had people who have done nothing, have not bothered to even contact the code officer,
Right.
or they have made promises in the past and not kept them. In this case, you've got the compounding fact of he has been fined before and it doesn't seem to get any effect. But you also have a code officer who is apparently working with this gentleman and believes that another month maybe he will make a major dent or at least get this thing start on the road to resolution. He already has, and that's something that the fine and the lien didn't accomplish. And I think that this one is different and can be distinguished from those other instances where basically the response just thumbed their nose at the city.
That's exactly right. I think so
I'm
too.
gonna say so too, Mr. Gonzalez. It's only 3 infractions. I mean, it's the storage, trash, and garbage. It's not like what we've had, with 15
Okay.
items.
All right.
I mean,
Okay.
why have the defendant say anything? Just have a complaint, you're guilty. What is the point of having people give testimony if you're not going to accept that each case is different?
But the person's not here. They didn't see it serious enough to even
But he
come here.
told her that he was gonna come and something could have happened. I
All
mean,
right, I think, I think everybody kind of understands what everybody's position is. We need to vote on this matter. Did we have a new motion made after the last one failed?
there was only 2 yeses and the
Right,
rest.
so
were-
the last motion failed, so we need a new motion to amend,
accept the city's recommendation.
to amend the previous order of noncompliance and allow respondent until January 2nd to come into compliance or be returned to a subsequent meeting for consideration of a fine of up to $1,000 per day. Ms. Himes made the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Second,
What do you?
that's right,
Yeah.
second, Mr.
Yeah.
Harrington.
That's
Who made the
All in
motion?
favor, say
Ms.
aye.
Hines.
Aye.
Hold
Aye.
on, who made the motion?
Ms. Hines.
Time.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
Okay.
And I-
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Like sign opposed.
Opposed.
I want to commend the
61.
officer for being a human being and trying to work with a system that isn't always fair.
Thank you.
Okay,
Well, she does a good job. I agree with that.
all right. So we have one more continued case. It's case number 22.
That's
See-
in compliance.
And that's in compliance, so we're going to move on to our new cases. And for anybody out here that has a new case, what we do with new cases, you're either found in compliance or not in compliance. We're not fining anybody. We're just agreeing or disagreeing that you're in compliance or not in compliance. And that's it. There's nothing more that is happening today. The only thing we will then do is decide on the amount of time that you would have to come into compliance. Unless there's something, there could be something really dangerous that, and that's usually a month or 2 months or whatever we decide. I mean, it's automatically going to be 2 months now because our next meeting isn't till then, so you have that time to use wisely. It's a life-threatening situation. Sometimes we say you have 24 hours to fix this, but it has to be pretty serious for that to happen. So there are no real fines issued today. It's just compliance or non-compliance, and set a date to hear the case. Okay, so with that said, case number 23, CEB 10-24-161, Gloria Dickerson at 623 State Street. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Darrell Lucas. I'm the contractor.
What's your name?
Darrell Lucas.
I've seen you before, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, been here a lot.
Will you raise your right hand, sir? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to provide is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
And
Thank
you
you.
have permission to speak for Ms. Dickerson? Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Jones, what can you tell us?
Yes, this is a field-generated case that opened on March 29th, 2024, for outside storage, unmaintained landscaping, rotten wood, peeling paint, unsecured opening, damaged chain link fence, broken and missing windows, damaged exterior doors, settling concrete, damaged roof and drip edge, and hanging electrical conduit. First notice was signed for on July 18th, 2024. Compliance was due August 18th, 2024. I have been in discussions with the attorney who represents the owner, and as you can see by some of the photos, work has started on the project. Staff is recommending a finding of noncompliance with compliance due by January cutoff.
A lot of work to get done, isn't it? Has there been anything done? Do they need permits for this work?
What has been done, there is no permits required. I have checked with the building department. I believe there was a permit for some of the work
Yes,
that
permit
was
has been
pulled.
issued.
You can see there on that photograph that they've already started work repairing the fascia boards and replacing them. They also, we had the front porch area where it had jalousie windows that were broken. They've gone ahead and replaced them by adding a screened area for the porch. So progress has been going on. The contractor may be able to explain a little bit more. Because there's an attorney, he is representing the owner who is in a nursing home. They are dishing out, not dishing, that's a they were approving certain amounts of money to be given to the contractor at certain times for certain stages. So it is going to be it's going to be a little bit of a project. The challenge with this is right in the Bethune-Cookman campus. It's on State Street. This little home happens to be just in part of the campus. So we have been getting numerous complaints on it.
Okay, well, Mr. Lucas, what's your timeline here? Have you signed?
Yes, we have a contract. Also, a permit has been pulled and approved for the windows and everything to be changed out.
Okay.
And we've done more work than what these pictures are showing.
Okay.
I might have showed some of the work, but not all of it. But if everything goes right, because like he said, we have to go through an attorney, then we submit the work, and then they have to get it approved by a judge, and then so it takes a little while to get the process started. But hopefully by January, we will have everything pretty much done.
Good.
This is on campus land or it's private?
No, this is a private land. It just happens to be this little area that is cut out on State Street.
Okay.
Goes into and abuts the campus on all three sides.
So they don't have any legal issues? with
No.
that?
All right,
Madam Chair, I motion that we extend to January 2nd.
okay. Ms. Himes has made a motion to find respondent in noncompliance or respondent come into compliance by January 2nd, 2025, or be returned to the board for consideration of a fine of up to $1,000 per day. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Mr. Gonzalez made second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Like sign opposed. Motion carries.
Thank you.
you. All right, case number 24, CEB 10-24-170, Carol Zaranana. Okay. Good morning, Mr. Clegg.
Good morning. Officer Clegg, my credentials are on file. This case is was opened up as a complaint-driven renovation of his garage and like a shed area. I've not been in contact with the owner since day one. The property was posted with it was posted July 17th of 2024 with a compliance of July 27th of 24. Said no contact with the owner. City's recommended non-compliance with compliance next cutoff.
Anybody live there?
Yeah, I mean,
Is it owner occupied or is it rented?
I think it's owner occupied. Every time he see me, he ran in and didn't answer the door. So.
Okay. All right. Any questions from the board? Chair will entertain a motion to find respondent in non-compliance or respondent come into compliance by January 2nd, 2025, or be returned to the board for consideration of a fine of up to $1,000 a day. Is there such a motion?
So moved.
Motion, Ms. Roby. Is there a second?
Second.
Second, Ms. Marsh. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Like sign opposed, motion carries. Case number 25, CEB 10-24-165, James Robinson at 1137 Madison Avenue. Good morning again.
Hello again.
Anybody here? No? Okay, go ahead.
So Inspector Itani, code compliance credentials are on file. This case was opened on May 29th, 2024. A field generated case for outside storage, work without a permit for the driveway. First notice was received June 24th, 2024. Compliance was due by July 24th, 2024. As of November 13th, 2024, there has been improvement and the permit has been applied for. There has been contact with the owner and his contractor. Staff recommends a finding of non-compliance with compliance by January cutoff.
Okay. Any comments from the board? Chair will entertain a motion to find respondent in non-compliance and order the respondent to come into compliance by January 2nd, 2025, or be returned to the board for consideration of a fine of up to $1,000 a day. That's
So
a motion.
moved.
Second.
Motion, Mr. Harrington, second, Ms. Marsh. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Like sign opposed, motion carries. Case number 26, CEB 10-24-167, Beatrice Sims Estate, care of, I don't know, is that what CO means? Care of?
Yes.
Crystal Key Brock. At 873 Madison Avenue. Good morning. Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Shirley Pate, and I live at 873 Madison Avenue, Daytona Beach, Florida, 32114.
I'm sorry, your name is Shirley
Shirley Pate.
Paint.
Pate, P-A-T-E.
And how are you related to the estate?
She left the property to me in her will. That has still not been able to be satisfied because her family has not come forward to close her estate. There's a probate case sitting in
Who
Volusia
owns
County.
the property? Oh, this is going to be good. Who owns the property right now?
Her estate.
Her estate.
Mm-hmm.
And you're not part of that estate.
I am listed as the
Beneficiary.
Yes, thank you.
You're welcome.
Of the property. I also have a lease from when she was living that was a non-ending lease to give us rights to the property.
You live there?
I do. I've lived there since 2019.
I'm just trying to figure out, now, who did you get permission from to represent the estate?
I have an attorney handling this case as far as probate because we can't get it done. So he told me to come in and represent what we have done for it. You cannot contact her children. They will not, we can't find them. We've
So
tried.
you really don't have permission to speak for the estate, is that what I'm hearing?
Is there a will?
There is.
Are you?
It is listed, and it is filed with Volusia County.
Okay, are you the beneficiary?
I am.
So that's okay. I don't know, I just.
I'm just doing what I was advised to
Yeah,
do.
very
I don't know.
And I take it your attorney is trying to probate this without the other heirs?
Yes, and having a lot of trouble doing so. It has been repeated.
Sorry, who's your attorney?
Kowai, K-O-W-I.
I'm just, I mean, we can, what?
If she's the beneficiary, she
Well,
I guess, I don't know, it sounds like a legal question to me.
Yeah,
It's
will
telling
has to
something
be-
I'm comfortable
Yeah, I
with.
think at the very
Probate.
least, she may be a party of interest, and so from that perspective, we can hear from her and.
Okay.
Madam Chair.
Determination.
All right.
Madam
Go
Chair,
ahead.
can I have 2 minutes with the attorney?
We did this last time, too.
Yeah, I don't know the answer to that question, that's why I'm asking whether, the testimony is going to count
Any memories?
or
Okay,
not
that's relevant.
count.
Okay.
do know the beneficiaries can speak.
I got a question.
Okay.
Is there water and electricity to the house
There is
now?
electricity and there is water on.
Okay.
Okay.
But,
If-
that,
if I may.
I'm sorry.
Okay,
Yeah. At the very least, she's a witness. I've been informed that the
Okay.
inspector has been notified by the
yeah, Okay.
heirs
okay,
who are opposed, which wouldn't be surprising based on the circumstances described, are opposed to her and believe that she has no valid interest. So at this point, I think we should probably just recognize her as a witness as
I think
to
that's a good
the
solution.
information necessary and
Okay.
if they
Okay.
want to challenge beyond,
Right, okay.
when we get to a point of, if
We're,
we end up at a
that's your
point-
relationship, is that you're a witness to this.
Okay.
That's okay. We
I don't know.
I just
I'm
wanna
just
make
doing what
it-
I was told to
I-
do, so.
I just want to make sure that we have
I don't know if
legal
Mr. Riggio-
standing if this goes, because you've
I
got
gotcha.
lawyers, attorneys,
I got-
probate,
I
and
got
blah,
you.
blah, blah.
Yeah,
So
I have
don't
2
wanna-
attorneys that are
I
on
don't
it
want
right now,
to do
so.
anything here that would
I got you. I understand.
make it worse. Okay.
I'm just looking, though, at the alleged violations. And you say you live on the property?
I do.
These seem to be the types of things that someone who has control of the property by living there could resolve. Rubbish and garbage.
Yes.
And water and electricity. I don't know if you can get water and electricity.
I have water and electricity.
All right, let's hear from Ms. Itani right now.
This case was opened on June 25th, 2024. A complaint generated case for rubbish and garbage, no water, and no electricity. First notice was received on June 26, 2024. Compliance was due July 26, 2024. As of November 13th, there has been minimal improvement, which includes there is a electric currently. Last reinspection was November 13th. The result was non-compliance. Contact has been made with the occupant of the home, and staff recommends a finding of non-compliance with compliance by the January cutoff.
Okay, so you don't have water yet.
I do have water. It is running. What happened was the city put it in my name in March of 23. After they drove up and said I was using fraudulent water account, which I was not, because I contacted them a month after Beatrice died and tried to get it changed then. They ran it from that point till March the 23rd when they came up on my property and said that they were there to cut it off. In return, I went to the city, had to have it all switched over. We had a water leak. There was a large amount due. I had to get funds for myself, basically through charity. There was a discrepancy of how it should be used through the water company, whatever. So they closed my account, and now it's gone back to, they've opened it again under the estate of Beatrice Sims. So now I've got to go back. That's what the lawyers show. Yeah, it's a mess. It's a huge mess. I've been dealing with 3 years, and it's,
Okay.
I don't know what else to do.
If everything's cleaned up and the water's on and the electric's on, you need to speak to.
Miss, I have something more to say about the water. So I spoke to the supervisor, Miss Wolf, and I've got email documentation in saying that she has been using water illegally and that the water should be plugged, the meter should be plugged, and no water should be running at the facility.
They came out 2 weeks ago and changed it. That's all I know.
Is that what?
The water company came out 2 weeks ago when they put it back into the estate's name, and
All right.
Has the bill been paid?
I have a bill for $40 that I received in Beatrice's name.
We just checked the bill yesterday, and it's still at $1,700.
That's my bill, and that was from a water leak we had. There was a $900 payment. There's discrepancy in the payments. I mean,
And-
it's a huge mess.
Well,
Everything seems like a huge mess. Go ahead.
basically, we're not here to determine the ownership. We're here to, it's not in compliance
Right,
to
correct.
whoever owns it.
Right.
So let's just rule on that.
Okay.
Because we're not going to solve that
Yeah,
here.
yeah, we can't solve the problem.
Right.
And you have an attorney. and
Yeah.
so,
Ah.
Okay. So, Chair will entertain a motion to find respondent in non-compliance or respondent come into compliance by January 2nd, 2025, or be returned to the board for consideration of fine of up to $1,000 a day. Such a motion?
Second,
Who's making the motion?
I am.
Ms. Hunt, who's making the second?
I have.
Mr. Harrington, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Like sign opposed, motion carries. So, okay, good luck.
Thanks.
Case number 27, CEB 10-24-168. Boy, if I could say this name. Yaner V. Vieira Lorenzo. Did I say it anywhere? So, is it Honor V?
Wrestling coach.
You tell me what your name is, sir.
Jonar B.
Oh, okay.
I love you just like it.
Okay. All right. State your name and address through the record and be sworn in.
Please.
So your
My
name
English letters.
by the
She'll swear
Name
that.
Ray. Your name. Name Ray.
Jonar B.
Last name?
Viera. V-I-E-R-A.
Who's Lorenzo? Will you raise your right hand? Okay. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to provide is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right, we're going to hear from Mr. Butler. Hi, Mr. Butler.
Hi, how are you? As it pertains to 1301 3rd Street, this is a field-generated case. I conducted a site inspection on August the 7th, 2024, where it was determined the property had the following violations. Commercial vehicle parked at a residence, a vehicle with no tags and parking on the grass. A first notice was posted on August the 7th, 2024. On August the 9th, 2024, the violation was to be in compliance. My last date of reinspection was October the 31st, 2024. The result of my reinspection was non-compliance. Staff requested a final non-compliance, compliance by the January cutoff.
What would you like to tell us?
No.
Do you
Spanish,
do you understand? Are you able to understand what we're doing in this proceeding?
a little, but in Spanish is good for me.
I think
Danny-
what we're gonna need.
Danny's gonna help.
I don't know. We need somebody to help you because
wait.
I don't,
No problem.
you have a right to be heard.
Mr.
right, we're
Garcia can
working on it.
translate.
We're
right?
working
He's
on
an
it.
inspector.
And if we don't have,
We have to get that translator.
what I'd like to do, I think, is postpone this until we get a translator here, so we are making sure that we ensure his rights.
So,
Well, Mr. Garcia is bilingual, so am I.
You can't. You need an interpreter.
board, and he's a member of.
I don't, all right, I am going to recognize Mr. Jackson now.
Madam Chair, what we've done in the past is if someone could just make sure they're communicating, as some sort of inspector has had to have done when this case has started, communicating just what the nature of what's the violation is and what needs to be done. I'd still ask you to continue it so that we don't make any rulings, but at least that he can get started on working on something as we, as he, I'm sorry, I said before, I'm sure we've been making some element of communication.
Right.
And I would make that inquiry of our inspectors
Okay.
as to whatever manner of communication we've made and make sure he understands what the process is and what we'll be doing in the future.
Okay, so we're just going to
So if we can-
entertain a motion to continue the case until January 2nd.
But I would ask that we go ahead and at least have some communication now with, on record for
Right.
this gentleman. So if Mr. Gonzalez can come forward, but Danny can come,
Yeah, either.
or either one. I think he's taking a preference if just a member of the board can just speak on behalf of the board as to
Okay.
whatever you'll want to communicate to him today, and then we can go ahead and continue it before you make any kind of rulings.
So what we're considering doing is continuing until our next meeting and make sure an interpreter's here.
Right, but what the lawyer is saying, if we can translate to him what the process is and what the violations are, so that he can start working on it.
That's fine, whatever,
You know,
maybe it
to
could be
the next
compliant,
meeting.
but, okay.
He should do that, but not as part of this meeting. You can't.
Inspector, he'll do that.
Yeah.
He understood what I was asking.
Right.
We're just trying to be human again.
Estaba diciendo que
correct
que
as
tiene
well
que
as
ser
to
que
be human.
mueve los cajos, los troces, los cajos, y cuando termine eso, llama el inspector y después venga para atrás para coger las fotos y poner.
Sí, es medio que le enviaron la foto.
Right.
And if you could just advise the board and as well as us of what was discussed there.
So I was telling him basically that what he has to do is move the vehicles off the grass and the semi and to come in compliance, to call the inspector, and the inspector would come out, take a photo, and come back to the board and state that he's in compliance.
And we're going to continue this to the January, or at least that's what we're asking the board
We're continuing this to
to.
the January meeting without any finding today at all.
No va a ser un
Until we get an
no va a ser
interpreter.
Va a continue para el January
Second.
hearing.
Okay. Hoy te voy a
Right. He had already told me that outside when I was talking to him that he said today he's going to, the semi will be gone, The van with no tag will be moved in the garage,
Okay.
and then he would call Inspector Roosevelt
Wonderful,
for.
and then we won't even have to come
Correct,
back. But
correct.
so let's just continue the
Right.
case. Okay,
Simple.
yeah. Chair will entertain a motion to continue the case until January 2nd. Such a motion,
So moved.
Yes, at which time we will provide a,
at which time we will provide, the city will provide an interpreter.
yes,
Okay.
if
If that's necessary.
If it's necessary, if he comes into compliance, he can just be in compliance and it's over
Right,
with.
that's it, but that's fine.
And the inspector has indicated he will explain that to him as soon
Right.
as this proceeding is over.
Okay. We're
So,
still,
but nobody's explaining that to him.
yes,
while
they
we-
did, I think Danny did.
Well, what the attorney just said.
Yes, he indicated he would explain it to him. I already asked, and he'll explain that to the status of the case. If he completes it, he won't be coming back. If you haven't done that yet, you can do that when
Okay.
we're done.
Right. No, I
Unless the chair wants otherwise.
Right?
when now?
Yeah. Go
Um,
ahead.
What? Okay. What did you want me to tell him now?
Just inform him that well, I'll let the chair tell him whatever you want to tell him.
That he come back next, that it's been extended until January 2nd. And if
Yeah,
he-
that's
if
what I
he
told him before.
completes everything before that, he won't have to come back.
Right.
He just has to get somebody to sign off.
Si tú haces todo eso, tú no tienes que ir para atrás.
Okay, thank you.
If you have to come back, there will be an interpreter.
Him knowing he needs to contact you.
Oh, okay, hoy yo lavan la mano hoy.
Okay.
He
He
needs
said he'll
to
take care of it. He'll move it.
Understand that he contacts an inspector.
Right.
Yes,
Confirm.
yeah, he knows, and I told Inspector Roosevelt that I would go with him if have to.
And also, I will get an.
All right, so the motion is to continue the case until January 2nd. Who
With an
made that
interpreter.
motion? Ms. Roby. Oh, okay. Second, Ms. Himes?
Yes.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
The motion, with an interpreter.
Right.
Yes.
Right, okay.
Who made the
All right.
motion?
That's all. You're
Thank
good.
you.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Now, Sophie Delanoy, case number 28, CEB 10-24-163 at 669 Kingston. Okay.
No, Sophie.
Go ahead, Mr. Garcia.
Inspector Garcia, City of Daytona Beach credentials on file. This was a citizen complaint for overgrown landscaping, dirt and grime, trash and debris, and a damaged roof. The certified letter was posted on August 2nd, 2024. Compliance due date was September 2nd, 2024. My last reinspection was on November 12th, 2024. And the property is still in non-compliance. Staff recommends a finding of non-compliance, compliance by January cutoff.
Same house? Or, I mean, where's the brick? They paint it?
Paint it.
Yeah, the same house. I spoke to the owner's husband, and he stated that he couldn't make it today, but he is the one that started on the roof, and that he will have the permits pulled, which they have not applied for, and complete. He's going to do it himself and complete the roof before the January cutoff.
Okay. All right. Okay. Chair will entertain a motion to find respondent in non-compliance or respondent come into compliance by January 2nd, 2025, or be returned to the board for consideration of fine of up to $1,000 per day. Such a motion?
So moved.
second,
Motion, Mr. Gonzalez, is a second. Mr. Harrington?
Yeah.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Like sign opposed, motion carries.
Ma'am, I'm gonna have to leave.
Okay. All right, let the record reflect that Mr. Mahegan is
in attendance?
leaving the meeting at, what time, 12:15. Thank you. All right, we still have a quorum, we can continue, we have two more cases. Case number 29, CEB 10-24-164, Jara Chen Yun.
Yes.
And this is at 723 White Street.
Yes.
Good morning, sir. State your
Morning.
name and address for the record.
My name is Jiao Chen Yuan. The address is 723 White Street, Daytona Beach.
You live there, sir?
Yes.
Okay. No, okay, so be sworn in, please, by our secretary.
Will you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony about to provide is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to hear from Mr. Garcia first.
This was a citizen complaint for unmaintained landscaping, rotted wood, trash and debris, dirt and grime, no address numbers, and roof damage. The certified letter was posted on August 2nd, 2024. The compliance due date was September 2nd, 2024, and the last reinspection was done on November 11, 2024. Still finding the property in non-compliance, and to be in compliance by January cutoff.
What would you like to tell us, sir?
Yes, I was out of country last year, and I just got back early this year, and my house was occupied by a squatter. So, and my all my things, belongings stolen, and my 2 cars stolen. So, and my power is cut off. So, and I didn't receive the notice until like late, like I don't know. I think late.
Well, did you say you posted it, Dan?
Yeah, one was sent first-class mail, the other one was posted on the property, and the other one posted downstairs in City Hall here. And I also, I believe I posted the notice of hearings also.
You there now?
Yes.
Okay, so you need, these conditions still exist? Unmaintained landscaping, rotted wood, trash and debris?
I cut the tree, grass. I mowed the lawn.
You mowed the lawn?
Yeah.
Okay. But there's still some things that need to be done, and you would have to talk to Mr. Garcia to find out what else needs to be done.
What else needs to be done? I think it's only the lawn.
Okay, well, whatever it
okay.
is, but you're not in
I
compliance
can
yet.
talk outside. I
Okay.
can let you know.
You're not in compliance yet, but, you'll have till January to
witness?
get into
Witness?
compliance. What?
Okay.
Are you a witness? Oh, this is a witness that wants to speak.
Okay.
I believe she's a neighbor.
All right, you can come up. I mean, he's got till January to get this stuff done, so. Please state your name and address for the record and be sworn in as a witness.
Hi, my name is Marion Yvette McHardy. I live at 719 White Street. I'm his neighbor.
Next door neighbor.
Will you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony about to provide is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay, what would you like to tell us?
I would like to say that the situation is much worse in the back. We constantly have to deal with snakes, rodents, raccoons, and armadillos. I've spoken to him through the years. I don't know where he went, but the storm from Ian tore down 4 trees in his backyard.
And they're still there?
And they're still there. I brought video. Now, the squatters came in, and I thought the squatters were living there, and I told them about it. They cut 2 of the trees down
Are the
in the back.
squatters there now?
Oh, no. He all of a sudden came back and let us know that no one was supposed to be there. But they did more improvement than he had ever did when he was there. The backyard is so overgrown. We constantly have snakes. We had snakes in our house, in our beds. We have kids. So when the kids go outside, they don't close the door all the way or crack the door. I've spoken to him about this situation. They've posted notices. We've called code enforcement. My husband has since passed since that time. But we have constantly begged him to try to do something about that
All right,
backyard.
We appreciate your testimony and
Thank you.
understand the seriousness of it.
It's
Do you
very
understand the seriousness of it? Good.
Yes.
Okay. So the only thing we can do today by law, and what did you say your name was?
Marion McHardy.
The only thing that we can do today by law is find him in compliance or non-compliance. We can't do anything else. And since we're not having a meeting in December, he's got till probably we'll have to, although we don't have to do that. Okay, we don't have to do that. Although, in effect, that's what's gonna happen, but we may make things move along a little quicker or something, hope to get some relief. All right, so, but today, all we're doing is compliance or non-compliance and issuing a date. Are you going to get the stuff cleaned up?
Yes.
When?
Probably starting tomorrow and,
Okay,
and next week.
I think
yeah.
today would be a better day, but it's okay. All right, so, anything from the board?
Well, I was gonna say, could we request that Danny go by there in like 2 weeks to make sure that the back is cleaned up and that we can
Do
get.
you
these-
find this a life, you know?
I think it is with snakes.
Children.
And children, yeah.
I think 2 weeks is too long. I think it should be a week at least, if not
the
less.
back cleaned up.
Yeah.
Right.
Do you think you could get it back cleaned up and everything in a week?
I think so.
Can you mark it on your calendar, Danny, that
Yeah,
next?
yeah, I can.
All right,
in a
make
week?
a motion that you'd like to see.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion that case CEB 0924139 the backyard come into compliance.
I think that's the wrong one. We're at 29.
Oh, sorry. CEB, I'm sorry.
Okay, do it again.
10-24-164 at 723 White Street. Have the backyard in compliance and completed in 7 days from today's date.
7 days worth.
And have the rest come into
And
compliance.
the other can come into compliance before the next cutoff,
Right,
January
exactly.
2nd.
Yeah.
Madam Chair, if we can maybe clarify that a little bit.
Okay.
At least from speaking with the supervisor, the thought is maybe just make that, since the violation itself is the landscaping as a whole, to make that a special order as related to landscaping as a whole, all of the landscaping, and maybe give them as much as 10 days, but have it all, both, everything cut away that has to be cut away, and landscaping as required pursuant to the code.
I'll amend my,
Well, discussion,
Go ahead.
yeah. The neighbor has brought up an issue. She's got kids and the snakes and all this stuff. And I think to put it off longer, the longer the problem and the opportunity there is for something to happen. So the sooner that we clear up the immediate area and then, continue on to the rest of it, I think we need to try to conform to that.
I think you two are both saying the same thing. He's
It's just a
saying,
matter of time.
yeah, but
Yeah,
he's
it's a matter
saying
of
a
time.
few more days to make sure the whole thing, all the grass,
I
front
agree
and
with
back.
with the 10 days for the whole thing, but I think the more immediate thing
Is the-
needs to be looked at in regards to the safety of the children.
Do we have pictures?
I have pictures of the front yard, but not the back. I wasn't able to get to the back. She has
You
video.
have
He has pictures.
Of the
If you want to just
backyard?
see it, yeah, if you just want to take a look at
I
it.
do. All right, that's permissible, right? It's part of her testimony.
Yeah, of course.
I think I've got to email that to the city, though, I suspect, to get it part of the record.
Forest and there's no snakes.
All right, I'm just going to pass this along.
That's right.
Maybe you should let Mr. Vaughn take a look at it first.
Okay,
You shouldn't be.
let him see it.
Yeah, I saw it. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what it looks like, right? Okay.
Oh, yeah.
All right. So, what do we want to do with this now?
Well, she has a motion on.
well,
The
I was gonna-
motion-
I can amend my motion.
Right, I don't know, whatever you want to do, that's
To
what I'm asking.
all the unmaintained landscaping. on the property that Mr. Yan owns, to come into compliance in the 10 days.
Okay.
Se-
All right.
7 days? 7 days. And then the rest of the violations to be in compliance by the next cutoff date of January 2nd, 25.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. The first part of the motion, so everybody's clear, is that all the unmaintained landscaping in the front, the backyard, needs to be cleared up in 7 days from today, because it is, we feel like it's a life safety issue. And that the other violations, the rotten wood, the dirt and grime, the address, and the roof damage, be given to come into compliance by January 2nd. Is that clear? Is that okay?
There should also be a finding, a general finding, that you find the property to be in non-compliance.
And we find the property to be in non-compliance.
Correct.
All right. We have a motion from Ms. Roby, second from Mr. Gonzalez. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Like sign opposed, motion carries. So please get, you have, of course, 7 days to clean up your backyard, your front yard, just get it cleaned up. The other things you have until the 2nd of January to get cleaned up and fixed up.
Yes.
But you're coming back here in January unless
Okay.
all these things are done. And you just make sure you talk to Mr. Garcia and he'll keep you, and whenever you get something done, you call him so he can say, okay, this is satisfactory. It's not up to us, it's up to him.
All right.
To say, okay?
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Uh-huh. All right, our final case is CEB, is number 30, CEB 0924-139, Joseph Biskert. Oh, where's it?
Hello.
Okay. Okay, at 515 Hyman Street. Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Garcia. Well,
you
state
state
your name and address for the record and be sworn in, please.
Joseph Stephen Biscat, 515 Heineman Street, Daytona Beach, 32114.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony about to provide is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Garcia.
Okay, this was a citizen complaint for outside storage, parking on the front yard, trash, debris, unregistered vehicle, and peeling paint on the front trim. The notice was posted on May 30th, 2024. The compliance due date was June 30th, 2024, and my last reinspection was on November 1st, 2024. Staff's recommending a finding of noncompliance with the compliance by January cutoff.
Okay. What would you like to say?
All right. Just like I started off last time, I would like to say again, the timeline on this is incorrect. The complaint came in September of 2023. They came to inspect in February and were supposed to come re-inspect in March and never showed up. Same thing the following month and the month after that until May 30th, which was posted on my property May 30th saying the observations were made on February 20th. This case has been going on and on and on, waiting for me to be out of compliance to come and take pictures. My property has been maintained, and then they show up once it's a little overgrown. Even all my neighbors' lawns are longer than mine. I have videos from the same day that this picture was taken of my lawn and all my neighbors, and their lawns are about an inch or two taller than mine.
It's, each case is an individual case. You are
Okay.
welcome to call and complain, make a complaint about the others. That's not how we determine.
So we're looking at this picture right here. My lawn does not look ridiculous or anything that would warrant this.
At this time, at that day, it may not be the lawn at the time, but there's vehicles were parked on the grass.
Well, am I in compliance or not with the lawn?
Let me
Well,
say,
that's what we're at.
he's in non-compliance at this time. Let me say that
I'll show
after the hearing
security camera
of the
my house
last,
right now.
after the last hearing, I went with my field supervisor. We went out to the property. We both looked at it, and we both agreed that it was a non-compliance. I issued a courtesy notice with my name and my supervisor's name on the car, which is, as you see in the picture right there, for him to contact me. I have not received any contact since then.
Because these codes that are stated do not apply to me. You guys, right here on your thing, 6.2H7A, storage of building materials, commercial and industrial equipments, materials, objects, or waste relating to commercial or industrial uses. That is not on my property. That is a raised flower bed and a cooler. Those are not commercial. Those are not building materials.
I don't see that. Here's what the complaint is.
Mm-hmm.
Outside storage and landscaping maintenance.
Mm-hmm.
Are you storing things on the property?
Well, per the code, the storage is for commercial and building materials, not a raised flower bed and a cooler on my front porch.
There's a ladder there in the picture.
A ladder, because I live in Florida and I go up on my roof every couple of months to trim down the trees so they don't come down in a hurricane. It's not commercial. It's a ladder. It is conducive to
On the left there.
stuff on the left. Where?
Well, he painted, but it's not finished. He hasn't finished, which we're waiting for that to be done.
What is it?
What is what? I'm confused with what you're saying on
The
the left.
blue, there's a light.
That's the side of my house.
No, that looks like a.
Oh, a motorcycle.
Oh, that's motorcycle.
What about the unlicensed?
Again, yeah.
Vehicle parked in front yard.
The vehicles were parked in the front yard. There's one right there parked in the front yard.
That's my
There is
vehicle
right
that
there.
moves every single day when I go to work.
Well, shouldn't we just non-compliance and then
well,
settle
it
this next
appears-
time?
No, because it's not right to put me in
No,
non-compliance.
what he's-
This is unfair. This has been going on for over a year, and this has cost. I've done all the math with all the mailings and things like that. This has equated to more than 10% of my yearly tax bill in taxpayer dollars sent on postage to send me stupid letters about this.
Yeah, well, let's settle
Okay,
it next time.
$118 in postage spent on this.
By the city, you're saying?
Yep.
And
That's-
you're claiming that you are
I read it to you right here. For outside storage,
I
it
don't
is
know
for
what
building
you're reading to
material.
me.
I'm reading to you the codes that you are citing against me. Article 6, Section 2, H.7A. Well, that's the off-street parking one. We can get to that one. But you've got the outside storage, Article 9, Section 9.2, which is what I'm reading to you. Storage of building materials, commercial, and things related to that. That is not me.
Settle this next time. Can-
No, because I've been here already twice. I have to
don't
change
care
my
what you
sleeping
say.
schedule and not go to work. This is inconvenient to me. I'm being harassed for over a year.
Sue us.
I think we need.
I can show you
Stop.
security
All right.
cameras of my property. My lawn is maintained.
Stop. And we're not having a discussion this way, because I don't consider it a discussion.
Madam Chair, I make a motion. No. Excuse me, you were.
Yeah, if I can be heard. Madam
Go ahead.
Chair, we're here on, I see this was continued from September, and I wasn't here in September, but my understanding is that this is on a determination of compliance or non-compliance based on violations. I hear the respondent saying, again, Anthony Jackson, attorney for the city. I hear the respondent having some disagreement regarding the land development code violations. There are also property maintenance code violations. And although I hear him being very opposed to specifically landscaping, that's not the only violation. There are multiple violations that are being cited.
We can go through them if you'd like to.
And I'd be happy to point out, at least from the International Property Maintenance Code, Section 302.1 of the International Property Maintenance Code deals with the sanitation. Exterior property and premises shall be maintained in a clean, safe, and sanitary condition. The occupant shall keep the part of the exterior property that such occupant occupies or controls in a clean and sanitary condition. So that's what 302.1 is. And if you want the inspector to speak to that violation, I can have him speak specifically to that violation.
Well, what's unsanitary?
Well, that's what the inspector will speak to, and I'll just ask that he have the liberty to speak when it's his turn to speak.
Right now, there is no, there's only something on just on the side of the tree there, which it's not on this photo, but there was something on the side. I can bring it up on my other photo.
But is that what you cited him for?
This actually was cited. It was transferred to me. It was given to me to follow up on, and that's what I did. I came back, looked at the violations, and then sent it to the hearing.
It's your signature on this paper dated April,
Wait a minute.
February.
And so your testimony is that,
Stop. We're here to determine, and I don't want 5 people speaking at one time. We're here to determine whether you're in compliance or non-compliance. That's it.
May I speak?
No.
I'm sorry, but
I'm speaking.
Relax, man, relax.
Calm down. I'm speaking.
Do I
That's
get to
it.
go after you before we do move on to the next step? Do I get my turn like I was promised on paper?
Sir, you will definitely get an opportunity to speak, but the chair of this board is in control of this meeting.
All right, and then it's not your turn to speak yet. I'm just saying that that's what we're here to determine. I would like,
He said it's non.
Well, let me say that if we can get a date with me and him for me to come on the property to reinspect, that the grass be cut, that the grass be have cut, the painting be finished, the car removed off the grass and on the driveway, and the ladder be put on the side or wherever he wants to put it, then we can put it in compliance.
these don't, you get 1 more minute. We know you disagree.
I only get 1 minute. I had to sit here all day and only get 1 minute.
We know that you disagree. We understand
And I
that you
understand that. I
disagree.
do. I fully get
And
that
I'm
you do.
trying to give you your due, but they are clearly pointing out violations.
What are those violations?
He's
That's what I'm saying. He's saying the
clearly
trim.
pointed them out.
Okay, the trim needs to be painted is what he says. Per the code violation, the code, actual written code that you posted to my door.
Wait.
You said I get to speak.
Let him speak and then I'll let you speak.
Okay, it says exterior surfaces, but not limited to doors, window frames, cornices, porches, balconies, and decks shall be maintained in good condition. Exterior wood surfaces other than decay-resistant wood shall be protected from the elements.
Okay.
Even though it is only unfinished painting. It is not unpainted. It is protected under that coat of paint. My house has been through 5 hurricanes since I bought it, and I haven't had a drop of water inside because of my trim. Okay. It is protected. I am in compliance. If it would be new construction, that's fine. But because there's a coat of paint and protection underneath it, the property is protected. This does not apply to me.
All right. Now, you've had your say. Go ahead.
Madam Chair, the only thing I'm saying, you said earlier, this hearing is for compliance or non-compliance. But we are here trying the case, and it's supposed to be either compliance or non-compliance.
But that's because the codes that you're citing me for don't fit the case. This is what I have to go by for what you're telling me the codes are. They don't fit the case.
All right.
You want to start all over again and come up with new codes that I'm violating, then that's fine.
Thank you. Go ahead. Mr. Sykes.
I would ask that the board find the respondent non-compliance. If for no other reason, the photos I've seen, his vehicle is parked on the grass in the front yard. So this case is non-compliant.
So is every single person in my neighborhood.
But I'm talking about your case.
All right, that's it.
All right.
All right,
Non-compliance, have fun, guys.
go ahead,
Okay, well.
Mr. Gonzalez.
Well, I was gonna suggest that we just go item by item. And specifically, well, excuse me, that is our job, to, whether he's in compliant on each item or not.
No.
And as the supervisor said just the car alone being parked there is non-compliance.
Right.
That's where I'm coming from. I don't
So
want
that
to
makes
argue
him
on
not
other
in
stuff.
compliance with
Exactly, he's in
All we're
non-compliance.
here to decide.
Exactly.
But we were deciding more. Is what I'm
Let me
saying.
interject before we go any,
are bound.
Okay,
that the respondent has left the room.
Right.
that's true.
And so that this discussion is being done, he has voluntarily
Okay.
chosen to leave.
Right.
All right, so does somebody want to make a motion?
Madam Chair, may I speak?
Earlier.
I make a motion that we find in the case of CBO 924-139 in non-compliance.
All right, a motion from Mr.
Second.
Gonzalez, non-compliant, second from Ms. Himes. Would you like to say something?
Yes, Madam Chair, I would.
Okay,
The role of the board is to determine whether someone's in compliance
Right.
with every allegation that we make.
correct.
And then we make after we determine, or after the board determines whether they're in compliance or non-compliance, then we have a basis for telling someone to comply, to come into compliance. If all we're doing is finding that he's in non-compliance as to one item, then that's the only item that he really arguably should
Right.
be worried about complying with.
Right.
So we need, if he's disputing the other violations, then we need to be able to answer that dispute, and then you can rule on it based on those facts that we've presented. He's disputing the fact that we allege that he has overgrown landscaping. Y'all should hear our response to that and make a determination based on those facts that are presented. He's disputing that he has vehicles so that it matters. Y'all should hear our response to that and make a ruling and determination as to those things. And he should be specifically instructed on bringing those things into compliance. That's what I was asking my inspector to bring forward to you. And if he's unable to, then we would agree with him that we should be going forward if we're unable to support the allegations that we're making. So that is indeed your role, and I think the only way that it is proper for us to go forward is to address those issues before. Now, he voluntarily left this meeting. No one's withholding or kept him from the meeting, but even so, he's raised those disputes, and I'd like the inspector to speak to him if you're going to ultimately put an order in place to order him to comply.
Yeah, his arguments they're legitimate arguments. And so I hope we address that. Is that the violation that and when we get there, be prepared to deal with that? If he's reading from the code and we're not specific, then we need to.
Yeah, the ordinance clearly stated of each violation, and each violation, there may have been some at another inspection that one was done. But like if you don't continue it, the grass could go overgrown on the next one, and maybe it's not, maybe it's fine at one. And that's what I was saying is that when the time comes, because it seems like first of all, he didn't want me to come to the property. He wanted a supervisor, which is why the last time I brung him. But I was saying that if he would agree to a date, I can come on that date, look at each violation and point them out and say whether they're in compliance or not. But he's very argumentative.
Well, he's got an agenda. It's anti-
Yeah.
Yes.
I want to repeat, maybe no one is hearing me, but this is a new case. But
he's
we were
He's
trying.
claiming he was in compliance, and Danny's wrong for saying that
Right.
he's in non-compliance.
Right.
I agree, but when the chair should have or did say, you are not, we should have voted then compliance or non-compliance. But we went into a full hearing. To me, we did.
Let me add that these proceedings are sort of burden shifting. The burden initially lies with the city to prove that there has been a violation. That is typically done with the photographs and the testimony of the inspector. The burden then shifts to the respondent to rebut that, but in some fashion that you feel is acceptable and reasonable rebuttal. Just because someone says something doesn't exist or isn't the way it's portrayed, that's generally not considered to be reasonable. it's just denial.
He was a
If there's a
nitpicker on
picture and you say the picture, he could, and I've seen this happen where someone has taken a picture and it's the wrong address. Yes, you know, that is reasonable, but to say that what is depicted in the picture is not correct, but you admit it's your address, it's a problem. And it goes back and forth.
Right.
That's the way it's supposed to work.
All right. Okay, so
Did they do a final?
he's found in non-compliance, right?
We haven't voted yet, did we
That's-
vote?
Yeah,
No, we just
No.
had the first and second.
right.
I would just like to say that that car in that picture is parked out front, so it moves and it's operable and it's licensed. Sir, cannot speak from the audience. Sorry.
Okay,
We have a
so,
motion and a second on the floor. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Like sign opposed. Motion carries.
Madam Chair, I would like to address real quickly a different issue.
Okay, go ahead.
This issue of translation.
Yes.
You know, we've had this come up before. You know, I would like, besides Mr. Harrington saying that I can't because I'm on the board, I would like somebody to give me a copy of the law, the code that says that I cannot translate for someone. Because if we, you know, we just put stuff off, the person can leave
All right.
confused, not knowing. And I am fully bilingual, and I don't think that just because somebody says, well, you can't because you're on
You
the
would-
board.
I
I want proof.
Right, I think you would have to be sworn in so there would be no conflict.
I just
At
got
all.
a
Would that-
suggestion
I don't have a
that can
problem
go
with that.
to the code enforcement officers. If they find that they're dealing with a person that cannot express their language, their thoughts into
Right.
English language and needs that Officer Butler should have asked for a translator to be here for him.
Right,
Because he knew he couldn't converse with them.
right.
So it's up to the code officer to let us know that
Or
they need.
let the city know
Or let
that
the city
we
know, so
probably
they have
need
to
an
have- they'll have
interpreter. And
one.
maybe at that point,
Yeah,
you would excuse yourself from sitting there and you would go down
I have no
there.
problem with that.
yeah.
Okay, you
Yeah.
would go,
Yeah,
I
because
don't think that would be a good procedure to
Okay.
engage, because you are voting and you are,
conflict.
the person who was out there doesn't know that you are translating it properly to the board.
It should be a neutral.
And that's a problem.
Well, I'm
Because
willing not to
ultimately,
vote.
this could lead to some type of, you know, monetary claim against their property, a fine or something of that nature. It puts you in a very, very difficult position.
Well, I'm trying to be helpful.
I know you're trying to be helpful, but
So-
it's better that a third party engage in that. It's just, it's the same way in the courthouse. Judges don't get involved in translating
And
if
that's
a
what
witness.
we are.
Right.
And you are sitting essentially as a judge.
And we do have a list of translators that we call and hire to do that.
But it should be
They
up to
just
the
have to
code
tell me.
officer to let us
Right.
To
know.
let me know, correct.
Call them in the day of or the
Right,
minute.
we have to know ahead
Right.
of time that they're gonna be needed.
The city does. Sir?
Yes,
Oh, I'm gonna have to leave.
I just think that we do need to make sure we're understanding the difference between translating and communicating.
Yeah.
And sometimes when we just need to communicate, you're going to be coming back in a few days. I mean, I don't think it needs to be, I agree that I don't think it needs to be Mr. Gonzalez, only because he is part of the ultimate ruling.
Right.
But anyone who's able to provide someone information through communication, not representing themselves as translating, but just mere communication, I think communication is okay at this stage. Now, once you get to a filing stage where there's actual risk of penalty, I mean, and granted, it starts that way, but it can be resolved. And if we're just continuing the case, then the case remains just at that point, just a pending consideration. So it's not something that I think creates a prejudice to the person, but it aids in just us being able to proceed and do our business.
And the
I think one of the objectives or the ideas of not having the formal rules of evidence apply, as what's stated in the statute, is to create mechanisms that allow y'all to be able to do your business in a fair and equitable way, and making sure they have due process. So I'm not recommending that we're trying to be a translator, but someone just relaying information to the board and to the individual. I think it's useful when we can. And when we can't, we can't.
I'd like to say something too.
That's just my thoughts.
I don't know where people's memories are, but that fellow was here last time, and we knew he didn't speak English then. So,
No, I don't remember. I didn't.
never came.
I know we don't remember. Every single person was here, and we went word for word for word.
I think it was.
The same old
Yeah, it
thing.
And he
Spanish guy.
spoke to me. He didn't need a translator then.
This is
Well, I still want somebody to give me some kind of official thing that says that I cannot communicate a translation. Because I hate to see people that do come up here and do not fully understand what's going on.
I really felt that man did not understand what I was
Right,
saying.
that's what, yeah.
Didn't
Like that
understand the last
before.
time he was here.
Last time he
I'm sorry, but I don't recall the last.
Me neither, I don't recall
I
that.
do want to say, I think the board should be listening to their counsel and whatever their counsel advise,
Right, I agree.
whether it's something that you absolutely agree with or not. And ultimately, if there is an appeal, I'm probably the one that'll be having to address the elements of the appeal. So understanding both of those situations, it's important to just, again, create a mechanism that makes sense for us and is fair to the opponent.
Okay.
And whatever that is, if that you shouldn't be the one, then I think that you shouldn't be the one. And that's
I'm fine
okay,
with that,
but I
but-
do believe there's benefit in being able to
If I gotta
communicate.
step out of my role to communicate the translation, I'm willing to do that. You know?
Pardon me.
Just like the chair cannot make a motion, she would have to pass the gavel to then make a motion.
Correct.
Right?
Yeah.
So it's the same thing in terms of communication.
If someone get too close to conflict.
Yeah, yeah, so, I mean, it's not, I don't know, well,
Do we have anything on the agenda?
I have, Madam Chair, did you vote? I didn't get a vote for this last case.
we didn't vote?
You said,
All-
We did.
and that's it.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Like sign opposed. Motion carries.
When you coming back? What are you doing? No.
Uh,
But you know, I was